Hey, what it do?
Ahoy!
What up?
Just ready to be super weak. I love the opens. It's super weak. It sure is. It sure is. Super.
People know what's up.
Super duper.
Schultze's here today. Look at that.
Look at him in there. Not wearing mariner gear, no duck gear.
Golf gear.
Golf gear.
Yeah, ready for golf. I do want the sun to pop out. I'd go play 9 holes right now.
Hey, I was out hitting balls today, and I'll tell you what, it was nice out there.
Yeah, right out there.
It was great.
It was nice out there.
I loved it.
Yeah.
Schultze's in for Buck. I don't know what the hell happened to Buck.
I think his wife threw out the back.
What?
Yeah, his wife, I believe, didn't throw out his back. I'm assuming they were doing something that they shouldn't have been doing.
They're making more babies?
Probably getting back on the horse after, taking a little break with the new one. But yeah, she threw out her back, doing something, and then, you can't take care of 2 kids when the back goes out. So now Buck is having to stay at home. I personally think it sounds like a bunch of crap, and the Buck just doesn't want to be back at work.
Didn't take long, did it?
No.
For him to skate on out of here?
No. He was back for how many days? And then that was basically
2 weeks?
Done? Yeah.
If that?
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Well, I'll take Stead. Come on in and take the chair.
There's a man that's ready for an opportunity. Schultze, he's back. Couldn't get rid of him that easy, can you? So
I'm not sure that's ever going to happen.
I'm having to audible here.
What happened?
I don't know. I think my headphones are officially just dead.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's
We've had these headphones for a long time.
Yeah. Well, I got them because you were raving about yours.
Yeah, they're great.
But I've had them for years. And there's like duct tape on them.
Yeah, mine too.
I think I had to Omaha that. So right in the middle, I just was like, I couldn't hear Schultze, and all hell was breaking loose. So Omaha. But now I'm good to go.
I'm of the opinion that
these are going in the trash.
It's mainly Apple, but I think that their cords, like charging cords and stuff,
yeah, they die.
They all suck.
Yeah, they all fray.
And half the time you use them twice and they don't work anymore.
And I don't know if you do this. Like those headphones have been failing for, let's go with a month. And instead of realizing, because then like I'm constantly wiggling, and you're like, hold on, if I turn it this way,
see this here?
Yeah, same thing.
It's got to be just right for it to
exactly.
work.
And so instead of just doing the sensible thing, they're like, hey, these don't work. Like I just sit there for a month. And they're like, oh, maybe it'll get better. Like it's like the headphone fairies magic's going to come along and fix those. And then it reaches a point where I can't hear anything, and now I have to switch to these. And now I got to go buy new headphones. And why didn't I just do that a month ago? I don't know why, but there's certain things, charging cords, headphones, anything electronic, I will hold on to that until like the very last possible moment. It's so, I wouldn't do that with shoes. Like if my shoes blew out, I wouldn't just be like, well, I'm going to hold on to these, or a hole in my sock, I throw that away. But like the headphones, I'm like, oh no, I can squeeze another month out of these. I don't know why that is.
Well, because buying new shoes is kind of fun. You can get something new and cool and different. And
headphones, not so much.
Headphones, yeah, it's like getting tires.
I'm with you. Tires may be the most expensive and like disappointing thing that you can spend money on.
It sucks.
You're like, really? I spent $1,000 on tires.
I mean, you can kind of feel it, like when you get new tires, it's like, oh,
really?
And you look at them and you're like, oh, those are nice. But that didn't last long.
I can't feel a damn bit of difference. I just got mine done December 8th or 9th, like right before New Year's. And now I can't tell. Not at all.
Yeah. But you spent a bunch of money on
How much you spend?
I think 906 was the total.
$1,000.
Tires are one of those things that I don't understand why they're so expensive. It's like beef jerky. It just is. I don't know. Some rubber, you'd think it's cheap.
They're large. They're hard to move.
Are they?
Around the country.
It takes some specialized equipment.
Yeah.
So and it's not cheap. Like I was watching the guys put the wheel on the actual tire, and yeah, you probably got to spend like 30 or 40 grand just on the machine to do that.
Yeah. So there you go.
That's why they're expensive?
They pass those costs on to you.
All right.
So it sounds like they have to do like 40 sets of tires and they make their money back on their equipment.
Look, I think if you're in the tire game, I think you're doing fine.
I know. I'm going to open a tire shop.
Yeah.
Actually, no. You know what I'm going to open? You were mentioning the back problem, Buck's wife's back.
Yeah, she threw out the back. You're going to open the lumbar yard?
I have a buddy whose L5 is acting up. And I just feel like, much like my idea for the preemptive stentery, where we just stent all your arteries.
By the way, of all your ideas amongst your platform, your agenda, I'm telling you, the stenting, the preemptive stent, I'm all about that.
We're going to get it covered by insurance.
It's fantastic.
And you just come in and we'll stent up all your arteries. You'll never have any problems.
Yeah, you're like 40 years old. You're like, look,
let's do it at 30.
Let's just go. Everyone gets a stint. You get a stint. It's like Oprah handing out cars or tires.
I mean, like, why not?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Why not? I'm going to start a preemptive, I don't know what the name of it would be, but we need to insert new vertebrae.
That can get quite expensive.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what they do.
Yes.
Like, they're going to pull out his L5 and they're going to put a plastic one in there.
Yeah, most of the people now aren't doing the fusion anymore. Yeah. They're getting the either silicone or whatever. Yeah. Or, and like I'm doing it at some point this year, not in my vertebrae, but I'm going to go down and get stem cells. And like why those aren't readily available, it's ridiculous.
How about this? Good vertebrations. We've got your back. That's wonderful.
No. Good vertebrations is where it's at.
I think it's called Good Vertebrations, but then the slogan is we got your back.
I love it.
Same guy says the lumbar yard.
Well, yeah, that's
fantastic.
Exactly.
Great stuff.
You got to come up with like catchy
now I just
little
need
names.
Some investors. What do you think? Stintery right next to the good vertebrae or good vertebrations.
Yeah, you just make it like under one kind of umbrella. And then we have like a bar and like a golf simulator back there too. Kind of like an X golf, but with the stintery and the lumbar yard.
So if you vote for me, no more back surgeries and 99.9% fewer heart attacks.
I love it.
It's proven fact.
I am on board.
Science.
Where do I vote? Where do I sign up?
You're lucky if I run.
That's not going to happen.
In this world.
It's not going to happen.
I don't want to run.
No. Although, if you're up for corruption, you can make a lot of money. Everyone that goes into government goes in without a lot of money and then they come out rich for some reason, even though that's my favorite part about our elected officials. You either get like the Bloombergs of the world that are worth billions and it doesn't matter and they just want to go in to, to say that they're the mayor of something, or you get the person that goes in and they're worth like $9 and then like 10 years later, they're like, somehow, even though I make $175,000 a year, I'm worth like $12 million. Yeah, you can get on that. Nancy Pelosi, was it Scott Walker or was it the guy from Wisconsin?
Scott Walker.
Is it Scott Walker? Yeah, you just go in there and you start making some trades that like make Warren Buffett jealous, and then you're like, I'm rich and I'd like to walk away now.
My best friend was actually, I think there's a Twitter account still going. It follows the trades that Nancy Pelosi makes.
Yeah, she's like the greatest investor of all time.
My kid told me about that.
Yeah, just follow the trades that she's doing and
they're
you'll
great.
make money. Yeah, they're usually money makers.
I'm being dead serious on this. Like, first off, I'm readily going to admit it. If I was in government, I would be for sale. I mean, come on.
Of course.
Yeah, let's go.
I don't think you could hold out.
No, there's zero chance.
They're coming at you hard.
They would wine and dine me, and they know what I'm looking for, and they'd be delivering.
You'll feel obligated.
Exactly.
Look, there's nothing I can do. They bought me hookers.
But if you are in that, hey, hookers and blow in a private plane and like also I'm in New Orleans a bunch of, I'm like, this is the Key West. We're doing this. But if you're in government, right, and you find out that there's like some sort of tech deal coming down the pipeline, how are you supposed, especially like if you have stock already in a competing company, like, or you're an active, like, how are you supposed to ignore that? You're just supposed to go to like your entire, you've got $500,000 tied up in one company, and you realize that company is about to get wiped out. You're telling me that anyone's just going to sit there and be like, no,
you make the move.
It's illegal. It's illegal to trade, so I guess I'll just sit here and get wiped out.
No. You make the move, and you just hope nobody notices.
Exactly.
And when they do, they'll slap you on the wrist.
And then you just shrug your shoulders. And you're like, I don't know.
Somebody said, shouldn't the station provide you with headphones?
Well, that's what these are.
You fools.
They're here. They're just,
I guess those are station headphones. They're from 1996.
I would put it this way. We've all been bowling before, correct? Does anyone here have their own bowling ball?
No. Swigard does.
Yeah, I have a bowling ball.
Do you?
Yeah, and they're very nice. When you have your own ball and they're
What's the difference?
Well, they're actually good. They're not all ripped up. No one has had their gross fingers in them.
Well, that one. Okay, I'll buy that last bit.
Yeah.
So ripped up. What do you mean? I've never had a bowling ball that was ripped up.
Oh gosh, they're gouged and they're just beat to living hell because some dude is taking it and
Doesn't stop me from bowling a 110.
Exactly. So this is my point. When you go to a bowling alley, you can bring your own ball. That's like our headphones. Or the bowling alley provides them for you. You don't need to bring your own ball, but I can assure you it's much better if you do. So the headphones here at the station, that's like going down to the old Tigard Bowl and just being like, yeah, I'll take this bad boy that's been here since 1982 and God knows what's been in it. Yeah. That's the headphones.
Yeah.
Smell your musk or whoever was the last person to wear them.
It is one of the more disturbing things that we do in public.
I don't ever think about it, but you just made me think about it, and now I'm grossed out.
Think about where you're putting your fingers when you pick one of those up and what's been in there. And I'll tell you right, someone's dirty fingers are probably the best thing that you can hope for that's in that thing. Yeah, exactly.
What?
And I don't think they spray those. Like, they spray down the shoes, kind of. Ain't no one spraying in those holes, my man. No, that's when the Andromeda strain comes. You don't want that.
P1 Scott has added to our list of preemptive procedures that we're going to do.
Yeah.
We have our stintery, our stinteria, as we're going to call it.
Even better. We play like some mariachi music. We make it a south of the border theme. We get you some tacos when you come in. I love it.
We have good vertebrations.
Absolutely. And that's a Beach Boy. That's more of the island theme.
We have a proactive vasectomy. Greatly reducing the oops babies. And once you've passed a rigorous class on parenting, you qualify to reconnect the plumbing. We will call it Make a Vast Deference. Making a vast difference.
Dude, I love this. I absolutely love this.
I love it when a plan comes together.
Yes.
We're going to change the world, man.
One wiener snip at a time.
What else could we do?
Yeah.
Eyes? Could we just do LASIK for everybody right off the bat?
Well, some people probably don't need that. I'm trying to think of what.
I guess that's true.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of what else you need.
Everybody.
That you would need, just like absolute the preemptive stuff. I mean, the one is the stentery is genius, because at some point, like, we're all dying of heart attacks.
Yeah, you're going to need it.
You're going to need it. I mean, look at what people eat. We're getting fatter than ever. We're getting lazier than ever. I'm all about it.
Not me.
You're out there working hard, are you?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hit golf balls today. A little bad weather doesn't hold me back, although it was nice today. Yeah. Fairly nice. But kind of cold out there.
Very sunny.
A little chilly.
It's not raining. It's not like Southern California.
What, are they getting dumped on right now?
Dude. Epic.
I'm not familiar. I'm not up on my southern. No, I don't wake up every day. I'm like, hey, I wonder what's happening in San Diego. I assume that it's 72 with light wind.
It's mostly LA, but it's national news, man. It's one of the biggest storms they've ever had.
No.
Here's people out there.
Here's me not caring.
Floating down. Oh, nice. Look at you.
Look, if you're in LA and occasionally you have to deal with some inclement weather, I'm sorry. Boo hoo. You're in LA.
You know those the river that's always dry?
Yeah.
Like in the middle of the freeways?
Yeah.
It's like
there's water.
Yeah.
Well, isn't that, again, check me if I'm wrong. If I'm ignorant.
Big water.
Isn't that good? Isn't LA aren't they in a 90-year drought? Don't we want water?
Yeah. But they're flooding and people are dying.
Are they? Is it better than the burning? Because normally, we
better than burning.
We burn California down. So.
Choose how you want to die. You either die in a drought or you die in a flood.
I'm gonna go with the flood.
Me too.
Yeah, right. I don't want to burn
because I can swim.
Well,
in a drought, what do I do?
Well, what am I supposed? Yeah, when the fire happens, I don't want fire. I think fire's got to be like top 3 worst, right? I mean, I don't want to drown either, but isn't there something about like once the water goes in your lungs, you just pass out and then you're good?
Yeah, so they say, but we don't know.
I don't know. You know what I do know?
That the movies I've watched, it's very violent.
Well, you know what else is violent? The burning thing. I saw that video of that homeless dude out in Beaverton that lit himself on fire. That didn't look good. No, I'll take drowning. I mean, I'm not saying that drowning is the most peaceful way to go, but I'll tell you what, they often say that people drown right next to other people, like in lakes and rivers and pools. Like you can be standing next to someone or swimming and you don't even realize they're drowning. You know what has never happened in the history of man or fire? Someone burning alive next to you and you not being aware of it. So,
I can be aware of it, but there's nothing I can do.
No, but I'm just saying, if you're asking me which one is worse, drowning or burning, I can drown 5 feet away from you and you have no idea. I promise you that if I'm on fire, you are aware of it within like 100 yards of me. Therefore, I am going to deduce with my Sherlock Holmes powers that burning alive, way worse. And I mean way worse than drowning.
I can give you some scripture while you die.
Last
Can you
rites.
give me like a blessing or whatever?
Yeah, I can like take your mind off of it. Like, hey, did you see what Brock Purdy said today?
Can you throw like a Diet Coke on me or something? Like attempt to put me out? I don't know.
Nah.
You start telling me to stop, drop, and roll. Like it's stop, drop, and roll. Stop, drop, and roll.
I would just have something prepared in the notes app in my phone about you dying a fiery hell death.
That is true.
And
Look,
it would be a sermon like.
well, I know where I'm going, so maybe it's
See
one
what
of
I mean?
those like, hey,
I'll just help you get there.
we're prepared. This is in preparation of of the elevator ride. All right.
Well, big show, guys. Big show. We're going to start. We got to start getting on that Super Bowl.
I know.
My God, we haven't even talked about it.
No. Well, now we got cable news. I mean, a lot of stuff's going
Yeah,
on.
that's a big story today.
Toby Keith, stuff's happening.
American legend Toby Keith is dead.
No more. The boot will no longer be in your ass.
No, it's in people in heaven's ass.
Yeah. I mean,
He's up there booting people's
that's right.
asses up there in the clouds.
Yeah,
That's
it's
the
all-
first country guy I listened to.
I'm going to miss him on The Voice.
Really?
Yes. Yeah, I was born in 89,
That's
so about
your first.
5-6 years old was when Boomtown came out. Heck yeah. No, I loved that album. Love Toby Keith.
Right.
Like I said, American.
American boys and American
legend.
girls.
Laughing that I
Keith.
like Toby.
Well, rest in peace.
Rest in peace, Toby Keith.
Stomach cancer. That's no good.
No, that is no good.
All right. We'll start with our poll question coming up next on The Fan.
The home of dirt and
my favorite Toby Keith song. I wouldn't say I'm a Toby Keith guy. I've seen him in concert once or twice. The Draping Yourself in the Flag was a bit much for me, but he was a good songwriter, and he put on a good show. This is kind of my version of Toby Keith that I liked.
Yeah, classic. Should have been a cowboy, baby.
Rob's over there just sighing.
He's great. No, I don't hate him. I think that, well, look, he just died.
Yes.
So
don't say anything.
he's great.
Well, there is an online a post-mortem pissing match between Toby Keith fans and the Dixie Chick fans, and it's
that's right.
It's a little uncomfortable.
Look, I don't know much about Toby Keith. I always got him mixed up with Trace Adkins and Blake Shelton and Alan Jackson and Travis Tritt and Brooks and Dunn.
Together, like Brooks and Dunn on each other's shoulders, like in a trench coat, like in a duster.
If I didn't know any better, Tim McGraw, but I knew better because, I'm not an idiot.
Yeah.
I mean, Tim McGraw is greatness. But I think he should have had his music making license revoked for Red Solo Cup. And that's really the only. I'm sorry, Schulte, but come on.
You know how many drunken nights I spent yelling to that song? Come on, in college? That was perfect. That was a perfect party
We're getting
song.
another taste of the behind-the-scenes curtain of one Jordan Schultz.
American icon.
About to go on a soapbox about Toby freaking Keith.
No,
please don't.
I won't.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace,
Toby Keith.
He did because he's been dying of stomach cancer for a couple years. He had a performance at the CMAs or something like that. I want to say maybe a year ago, 6 to 8 months ago, and he looked. It was his first performance since he had been diagnosed, and he did a song called Don't Let the Old Man In that he did for Clint Eastwood. He wrote it for Clint Eastwood, and it's really, really good. And to see him up there performing it, clearly sick, and now he was dying. It's a pretty powerful thing. And that's what I said. I thought he was a talented guy. I enjoyed some of his stuff. He was a really talented songwriter. I just, some of the more
rest in peace, Toby Keith.
Some of the other stuff was a bit much for me.
All right, so here's our poll question today. It's on X at 1080 The Fan. AAA Heating and Cooling, family business, helping families for over 60 years. AAA, IAQ.com. First, yesterday's question: which quarterback will be the best in the NFL? Caleb Williams got 39%.
Yeah.
Bo Nix, 33%, Michael Penix, 18%, and Jaden Daniels, 10%. I'm not really sure why no one believes in Jaden Daniels.
No, I feel like because he wasn't at the Senior Bowl or anything, but I feel like already people are trying to take shots at him, but most evaluators now are, I don't know.
What is it about him that we don't like?
Well, I think, again, at Arizona State, there wasn't a lot to like. But you could say the same thing
about that.
Exactly.
That was like 5 years ago. LSU, he's amazing.
And I think when the LSU, he gets labeled as a compiler. I think there's some bitterness about the numbers he put up against bad teams. Some people don't like his build. He gets he takes some shots when he's running. Some people question his durability. But everything I've read is the 1, 2, 3 is Williams, Drake Mays, and Jaden Daniels, and there's not much of a debate. The other two aren't really in that conversation. And I've heard a lot of people that think by the end of this thing, Daniels is going to be number 2. It's not going to be Drake May. So we'll see. It's just funny how these narratives every single year go, where there's always risers, there's always fallers. Whether it's Zach Wilson or whether it's Mitch Trubisky, someone is going to rise up, and I'm taking a guess that right now the narrative on Daniels is not great, and that it was kind of a wishy-washy Heisman. He didn't win anything at LSU. He's a numbers stat whore against bad teams. I'll bet you that he ends up going number 2. I'll bet you Williams goes 1 and Daniels goes 2.
Okay. And that would be Washington?
That would be Washington.
Or do you think, well, it's hard to know.
It's hard to know.
But right now it's Washington.
Right now it's Washington. I do think that I don't think either team's going to trade out of it. And again, long way to go. But if I'm a bet man right now, I'll take Caleb Williams. The Bears don't outthink the room. They move Fields for a second round, conditional to move it up to a first if he has success wherever he lands. They go Williams 1, Jaden Daniels goes 2, and then after that we'll see if someone wants to move up and deal with the Drake May stuff. But I just think Daniels is going to. I think he will move up boards. before this is done, because right now the narrative on him isn't great.
I don't know much about Drake May.
I don't know that much either, because I didn't watch a lot. I tried a couple times to watch him. I remember I watched the bowl game against Oregon, but I didn't watch a ton of ACC football. So all I know off of Drake May is what I read, and even that is a little kind of chaotic.
I can't help but
there's a lot of different varied opinions.
Who was the North Carolina guy that played for the
Mitch Trubisky.
Yeah.
Well, and Sam Howell. And so is that one where you're going to be a product like with Ohio State quarterbacks, where we just lump you in like, oh, great, another North Carolina quarterback?
I can't help but think of Trubisky. I forgot about Howell.
Yeah.
But Trubisky, I mean, I'm pretty much in my head chalked Drake May up to being Mitchell Trubisky. So unfair.
Well, I will tell you that for all the hype that Drake May had coming into this year, and he did, like, people came in, it was like Caleb Williams, Drake May, Caleb Williams, Drake May. He just was a non-factor. You just didn't hear about him. And even in going into this process, like, of the evaluation, I think largely for people, he's just kind of under the radar. And now, we get to go and we pick him apart. But, he's 6'4", he's 230 pounds. He's got a big arm. He's an athletic guy. And, now it comes to, is he one of those guys that looks the part but isn't necessarily a great quarterback? Or is he a guy that looks the part and was kind of held back because he played in North Carolina? He's going to be a much better pro than he was a college player.
All right, today's question, and it's a stinker, let me tell you. I was looking at the quarterbacks drafted ahead of Brock Purdy today, and I could not help but make a poll.
I guess there's a lot of them.
Well, there are, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There were 8, and I'm going to name them for you.
Okay.
Only 4 are on this poll, though. Which of these QBs selected ahead of Brock Purdy in the draft would you take?
Okay.
Malik Willis.
Over Brock right now, right?
Well, no, you just have to take one of these 4 guys.
Okay.
No, you're not taking any of these guys over Brock.
Okay. Who would I just roll with? No. Under any circumstances.
Malik Willis.
No.
Kenny Pickett.
No.
Desmond Ridder.
No.
Sam Howell.
No. No.
Those are your choices.
No.
Is it possible no one votes because they don't want to pick a guy?
God bless America.
Sam Howell for me.
Probably Sam Howell.
Yeah.
I'm not a Pickett guy. I don't know why people trying to make Pickett a thing. I would go with Sam Howell. I'm not in love with that. But I think I would take Sam Howell in that.
The quarterbacks drafted ahead of Brock Purdy. By the way, if you don't know, the Super Bowl is on Sunday, and Brock Purdy is the quarterback of the favorite.
You are correct.
The Niners.
Yes.
And he was Mr. Irrelevant in the draft, which we can't stop hearing about.
No. Let it go, people.
Here are the quarterbacks taken ahead of him. Kenny Pickett in this order. Kenny Pickett highest, followed by Desmond Ridder, Malik Willis, Matt Corral. I don't even know what happened to that guy.
He's nowhere.
Bailey Zappi. Sam Howell.
Yeah.
Some guy named Chris.
Not gonna play here.
Oladokin.
Couldn't tell you.
Have you ever heard of him?
No.
The Steelers took him, and they took Pickett.
Oh, well.
So they took 2 quarterbacks ahead of Brock Purdy.
Whoops.
And Skylar Thompson.
All right. Well, Skylar Thompson damn near won a playoff game. Damn near beat the Buffalo Bills.
Every one of those guys was drafted ahead of Brock Purdy.
Well, and none of them are
amazing?
are NFL starting quarterbacks. So, I mean, I've always said that once you get past that first rung of guys, like, I never understood why you don't just take a flyer like in the 3rd or 4th round. Because statistics tell you, even in the first round, it's about a 50-50, right? Hit to bust rate. I'm not talking about star, just hit. And most of the elite players come in the top 3 or 4. It's just the way it is. And then once you get past that, there's not a huge difference between a guy that goes in the 2nd round and a guy that goes in the 4th and the 5th. So if I don't have my guy and I don't feel there's someone worthy of a top, a top 5, top 10 pick, or I don't have one of those, I would just take flyers on guys in the 3rd, 4th, 5th round. I would. I'd do it every year and see if you can find yourself a Russell Wilson, if you can find yourself a Dak, if you can find yourself a Brady. You can find those guys in the draft, but I mean, it's really just a volume thing. So I would go through and find someone that that you think has some good tools to work with. You think he can kind of grow into something, and you sit his ass on the bench for a year or two and see what happens. But the problem is that with some of these guys, whether they're ready or not, they're going to get thrown into the fire, because when you draft someone in the first round, very few people sit. Like, very few people get the benefit of being Jordan Love and sitting for even a year, let alone multiple years behind a guy like Aaron Rodgers. So like Drake May or any one of these guys may not be ready to go, but when you go top 3, you're going to get thrown in. And it's funny that I was thinking about this, but you know who Drake May gets compared to?
Who?
Justin Herbert.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty good comp.
Big athletic guy. In college, you kind of always left wanting more. You were like, I never really carried his team in college, and there were long stretches where it wasn't great, but everything's there. And how many of those guys end up just completely flaming out versus Herbert, who hit the ground? Like in training camp, they were like, this ain't pretty. And he's, they threw him into the fire because Teddy Ballgame got a punctured lung from a needle. They throw Herbert in, and it's like, holy crap, where did this come from? Even his own coaches were surprised. So, is he Justin Herbert, or is he more like 80% of the time when you throw a guy in that's pretty raw and he's not ready? Like Josh Allen, under the wrong circumstances, Allen could have flamed out, because it was rough. It was rough going in Buffalo for a while with Josh Allen. He wasn't ready, but they stuck with him and he worked hard. And then that third year, the light came on. So, I mean, it's just the quarterback game at this level. It's a crapshoot.
It really is. And that 2022 draft class is such a shining example of why, right?
Yeah.
It's like the best guy in there, and it's not even close.
Nope.
Was Mr. Irrelevant.
Yes.
Who's an afterthought.
Yeah.
That's why they call him Mr. Irrelevant. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
8 suck, and then that guy.
And look at it.
And one team took 2 guys ahead of that guy. It's incredible.
And one we've never heard of. God. Right? I mean, it's...
Yeah, they could have easily just taken Brock Purdy with that flyer in the 6th or 7th round.
Yes. And I'm not saying that he would be the same, but if Brock Purdy was in Pittsburgh, that's a pretty good team. Brock Purdy would be good.
And he would have played because Pickett kept getting hurt.
Yeah. And all this stuff about like Purdy just being a system guy. Listen to Shanahan. They said that from the moment Brock Purdy stepped on the field, Brock Purdy was, every time he did a drill, they're like, dude, that's the best guy. They just weren't certain if he was going to be able to do it on the field. But they say that it wasn't like they didn't know that they had something in Brock. And when then Garoppolo got hurt, they're like, all right, let's see if he can do it in games. And he did. So
yeah.
he would have worked in Pittsburgh. I'm not saying he would have worked on the worst team in the NFL, but he works in Pittsburgh. He works with a decent team around him.
All right, let's come back and talk a little more Brock Purdy as we kick off our hot Super Bowl week talk. And then later, major streaming sports news coming out today. So we'll get to those items coming up. Here's Schultze with SportsCenter.
This is a Super Week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by George McCoy at Warren Allen, attorneys at law.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
This update is brought to you by LaRogue Brothers Jewelers. Guys, score big with extra savings before the big game at LaRogue's this Sunday from 11 to 3, LaRogue.com. First on the Fan, the Blazers taking a couple of days off before beginning a 7-game homestand. The league worst 6-win Detroit Pistons visit Moda Center Thursday night. Portland currently at 15-25, the 5th worst record in the NBA. Elsewhere in the association, the Sixers announcing Joel Embiid had successful knee surgery today. He will be reevaluated in 4 weeks. ESPN's Adrian Wojnarowski reports his recovery from that meniscus procedure will determine if Embiid can return in the regular season. In the NFL, former Giants head coach Ben McAdoo is joining the New England Patriots staff under head coach Gerard Mayo and offensive coordinator Alex Van Pelt. McAdoo and Van Pelt are having a reunion of sorts. He was the quarterback's coach with the Packers in 2012 and 13, while Van Pelt was the running backs coach. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schultze from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk. Get to Spirit Mountain Casino Sportsbook, powered by BetMGM, for all the pro football postseason action. Visit spiritmountain.com.
The Fan is live on YouTube and Twitch. And now, Window Nation brings you on-demand videos. Watch Window Nation's window into 1080 The Fan.
Hey everyone, it's Sprague here with my friend Bill from Three Mountains Plumbing. We're discussing plumbing tips for Portland homeowners. Bill, how can we maintain our water heaters so they give us warm water this winter?
Well, you're going to want to flush it once a year to keep
Sports streaming has changed today with some big news. We'll get to that momentarily. Wrapping up a little hot Brock Purdy talk. I like Brock Purdy.
I do too. I'm rooting for him. I mean, it would be.
Well, I'm not. I bet the Chiefs.
Well, that's true.
But he scares the living daylights out of me. He does.
Well, he should.
He's really good.
This would be, I mean, and we've seen this before. I mean, this would be, it's not Nick Foles beating Tom Brady, because Brock Purdy is not Nick Foles, but it's not quite Eli Manning either, because that does a disservice to Eli. It's somewhere in between those, but we've seen it. I mean, Eli beat Tom, and we've seen Nick, but most of the time when you have this sort of imbalance at the quarterback position, the Hall of Famer wins. But Purdy's numbers, if you just took Brock Purdy out of it, like you took his name off of it, and let's say we put Brock's body, all of that, and we just took his name off and we had it with, I don't know. Well, there you go. Let's take Trey Lance. Trey Lance was drafted and moved up, and if Trey Lance had played the way Brock Purdy has, the exact same, moves around a little bit, has a really good deep ball numbers. He was the best deep thrower in the league this year. Has had some duds, but if you had Brock Purdy's numbers on Trey Lance with his pedigree and the way where he was drafted, we wouldn't talk about him like this. We're only talking about Brock Purdy like this simply because he was Mr. Irrelevant, and we can't wrap our minds around the fact that someone that we didn't think was going to be good is actually good.
Well, Iowa State,
Yeah.
that doesn't help.
No, it does not.
A little white guy from Iowa State.
Yeah.
But
who liked Brock Purdy, though, was Dave Bartu.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, coming out. Dave was a big Brock Purdy guy.
Do you think he's going to get $40 million, Purdy?
Oh, gosh.
Because, I mean, find me a better bargain in sports right now than Brock Purdy. You know how much money he makes, dude?
What,
$870,000.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's whatever.
I'm not even sure he can afford to live in San Francisco.
He can. He's got a roommate.
He does?
Yeah.
You're kidding.
No, he's got a roommate.
Who's his roommate?
I don't know. I don't remember, but yeah, he does not live alone, and yes, he cannot afford.
Why is that not the story of the Super Bowl?
Well, and during the holiday season, you were gone, but the story was that normally the quarterback, like this was the infamous like Tom Tupa stealing my TV. The quarterback always buys gifts for his offense, and Brock couldn't afford to do it this year, so Christian McCaffrey did it.
God,
Christian felt bad for Brock, and so he came up with it. Well, and he doesn't have to. They've got Brock for 2 more years.
Yeah, but I mean, if he wins the Super Bowl, he's not going anywhere.
No.
Right? It's like, if they win this game, they're going to have to pay him.
Not for another. I'll bet you if he wins this, not a damn thing gets done until he plays. This is how.
I know. I'm just saying that if he wins a Super Bowl, they're going to have to pay him. Doesn't mean it's this year.
Yes.
It just means that he will make over $40 million. It's very interesting. It could come down to this game, his salary, right? Because if he does not win this game, he becomes. Well, he's not going to become Jimmy Garoppolo 2.0.
No,
but Jimmy Garoppolo got to this game.
Yeah.
And couldn't get it done in the fourth quarter.
And they moved on.
From him. I don't think they would do that with Purdy, but maybe they would.
Boy, can you imagine if you get to the Super Bowl with Garoppolo and you're like, nah, and then you do all that crap for Trey Lance, you whiff on Trey Lance, and you draft Brock Purdy, and then we go through a couple years of Brock, and he gets you to the Super Bowl, and you fall short, and then you go into next year, and you're like, nah, and then you go find
someone. Not good enough either. Get out of here.
And you go.
We're going to put McCaffrey at quarterback.
Well, and here's the thing, and this is why I really think in the NFL, I've said this for years, there needs to be an exception for quarterbacks, because this is the problem: is that the going rate for starting quarterbacks right now, it's $40 million, which is what a starting quarterback makes. A good one. If you're paying $40 million for Josh Allen, for Justin Herbert, for Joe Burrow, for Pat Mahomes, all that, I get it. But when you're paying $40 million for, I don't know, Ryan Tannehill, Kirk Cousins, Daniel Jones.
Let's go.
It's just, it sucks because no, they're not worth that, but they can get it because that's the market. I would love to see some sort of exception for quarterbacks because it's such a weird, unique position. And if you're Brock Purdy, I wouldn't take less than that. But if you're San Francisco, do you have the balls to do what Washington did and force Cousins to continue to play on tags? Because they've got him for next year at $1 million.
Yeah.
And you can
so
say
they wouldn't pay him.
They wouldn't pay him
right away.
And they can go into 2026 and say you're tagged. And then they can go into 27 and say you're tagged again. And then at that point, they can't tag him again. And remember, Cousins just got so pissed at Washington. He was like, screw you. I'm not signing here. I'm leaving.
Or do you win a Super Bowl? If you win a Super Bowl.
Try to get him to a team-friendly deal?
Yeah, you lock him up early. It will save you money because if you do it now, it's gonna be more. It's gonna be more in 3 years if you think he's your guy.
Boy, and the only thing I can't say because I don't know what San Francisco really thinks about him. I know they like Brock Purdy. Do they love Brock? I mean, the report was at the beginning of the year. Now, granted, that was only 7 games and he was coming off, elbow surgery. But they tried to they told Brock Purdy that if Tom Brady is willing to come out of retirement, your ass is going to the bench. Now, here we go another year and he had it. Like, if you don't pay Brock at this point, that's foolish because his numbers bear it out. I wouldn't. In no way is he Joe Burrow. In no way is he Pat Mahomes. But I mean, my God, what does Brock Purdy have to do to prove that he is a better than average starting quarterback in this league? It's silly.
I think he needs to win this game.
I don't think that's going to happen. But
he does. Like you asked, what does he need to do?
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Because I just feel like I don't know. I feel like perception. That's the only thing that can change the perception at this point. Nothing else has.
And I don't even know if it will. If he wins. And let's say he goes...
If he balls out.
But if he wins, let's say he goes, I don't know, let's say he goes 19 for 28 for 212, a touchdown and a pick, and they win, dude, I guarantee you that it's not going to change one bit how we feel about Brock Purdy.
That's kind of what he did in the Green Bay game, right? I don't know his numbers off the top of my head.
Yeah, but he
wasn't great.
No, he had the drive at the end.
But he drove him down to win the game.
Yeah.
And then in the second half in Detroit, he balled out. And if he does that again in the Super Bowl, I mean...
Well, but no one's going to question Miami giving Tua any money. We didn't question Herbert getting the money out of the Chargers. We're not going to question Jordan Love. Jordan Love's about to get paid in Green Bay a bunch of money. And
he'll get 40.
Yeah, easy. And Purdy's numbers... And I get it. People are going to be like, well, numbers aren't all, the end all to be all. No, but they give you a pretty good indication. So what do you want? He has more wins than any of those guys.
17-4.
He's got better numbers than I'd have to look up like with Herbert and all that. But I guarantee his numbers aren't that far off. He was the number 1 QBR and the number 1 quarterback just rating this year in the NFL. And again, statistically, he's the best deep thrower of the ball this year. So I don't know what you want from him to prove it, but it just feels like in general people don't talk about him like that.
But who cares what people think?
What the Niners think.
Even said you don't really know what the Niners think of it.
No, I don't.
And that's what's interesting. So there are 12 guys that make $40 million or more per year average. I would say only 2 of them at this point are 3 of them are laughable. Okay, so you have Burrow, he's the highest paid.
And he's hurt a lot, but certainly it's not laughable when he's rolling.
$55 million.
Yeah.
Justin Herbert, Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts, Russell Wilson. That's a laughable one. Yeah. Well, Kyler Murray, I missed him.
It's not good either.
I don't know if that's laughable, but it's not great.
It's not good.
Deshaun Watson, laughable.
Yes.
Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Matt Stafford, Dak Prescott, and Daniel Jones.
Yeah. Yeah, laughable, but I like... See, the laughable ones are easy to find, but I think the more interesting ones are the Dak Prescotts.
The Daks and the...
Because, I think those are very good players. But when you're paying them that much money, it's hard when you're just a very good player and you're not truly elite. And that's the conundrum that exists in the NFL, which is why I would love to have a salary cap exception for quarterbacks. I'm going to look up. So this is Brock. So this year he threw for 4,200 yards, 31 touchdowns, 11 picks, and was the number 1 seed. And he had a quarterback rating of 113. So then let's look at Justin Herbert. And because we all love Justin Herbert, and no one's questioning Justin Herbert and his contract and all that. Justin Herbert, now to be fair, he only played 13 games. Well, you want to go back to 2022 maybe where he played the full season then? maybe that's a little bit easier. So he threw for 4,700 yards. Brock threw for 42, so 500 more yards. Herbert had 25 touchdowns. Then I mentioned Brock had 31. And Herbert threw 10 picks and Purdy threw 11. And Justin had a quarterback rating, because this is the year that got him paid. And Justin had a quarterback rating of 93. And Brock had a quarterback rating of 113. So again, I asked the question. No one questioned Justin Herbert getting the deal. Nobody. But with Brock, if we give Brock even 40 million, we're not even giving him Justin Herbert money. We just give him 40 mil. People are going to be like, what in the hell? What do you want from the guy? He's got better numbers.
Yeah, but who cares? Again, it doesn't matter what people think. It's about what the Niners think, and it's still interesting that there is kind of this thing over Purdy where it's like, is he our guy? We lose this, he's in Jimmy Garoppolo territory. We win this, he's a hero, and we should pay him $55 million. I mean, he's a really interesting case.
He is, because it's unconscionable to think that the Chargers would not pay Herbert.
Yeah,
and it's not to sit there and be like, well, I don't know about Brock. Let's make you play another year, and then we're going to tag you.
Hey, big game for that young man.
Oh, it's enormous.
It
is enormous, because you're right. If he wins, his foot is in the cash register, and if it's not, then you got to go into next year on a 1-year deal, basically at $1 million and prove that you're worth it.
All right, there's Brock Purdy talk. More Super Bowl coming up. Major streaming sports news next on The Fan.
The Seahawks come up short.
Sports business. You guys like sports business?
Who doesn't?
Yeah. I remember our first boss, Alan Davis, telling us to, well, not you, but it was me and Gavin back when we were ropping the mop on weekends here on the fan.
I remember those days.
And he's like, man, you guys want to be good in this business? You got to know the business.
Powerful words.
So he gave us a subscription to this Sports Business Journal.
I remember the Sports Business Journal. That's still around?
I don't know. He was like, hey, you got to know your sports business. You got to go to the business side.
I follow a couple guys on Twitter that are pretty sharp.
And he wasn't wrong about that.
No.
The business side, it's what makes it go.
The Sports Business Journal is still around.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I don't read it because it's a subscription. I don't pay for subscriptions.
You will soon.
No, I won't. I don't pay.
Well, you pay something.
Yeah, you're right. My wife does.
So you have DirecTV?
Stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, I pay that.
Yeah.
But other than that, I mean, I have Netflix, but other than that,
and of course your cable.
I don't have cable, but I have Hulu.
Or your internet, I mean.
Oh, yeah.
And Hulu.
And I have, but other than that, then I have Max.
Yeah.
But other than
that, you know. God.
And I have Amazon Prime.
Oh yeah, that's
but that doesn't count because that was already Amazon.
Oh yeah, so it's you might as well just have it.
They just started charging more for ads though, so I don't know if you saw that added
on
to
Amazon?
your credit card. Yes, like yesterday was like, well, if you wanna pay more to not watch these ads, give us your credit card again, jerks.
Amazon has me.
Yeah, I do love Amazon.
They've got me. That is just the greatest thing that had come along in a long time.
Well, it's tough because this happened to me. I feel so. I felt horrible doing this. I went to the store yesterday, or it was 2 days ago, and I was buying shaving cream to shave my head. I shave my head pretty much every day, and like beard cream, like to kind of keep the flyers down. And I went in there, and shaving cream was like $11-12, and the beard balm was like 15. And I was like, you got to be essing me. I was like, that seems like a lot. And so because normally my gal buys it for me. So I went on Amazon.
In the store.
I'm in the aisle. I'm holding the shaving cream and the beard stuff in my hand. And I look it up on Amazon, and the shaving cream on Amazon was like $7.50 and the beard balm was $8. And I literally was like, wait, and it'll come tomorrow. And I put the stuff down out of the store, and I walked out, and I felt like such a piece of crap. But like, I was annoyed that
Why were you even in the store in the first place?
Well, because I was out. Like I had not gotten any, and so I was out, and I was like, well, I'll go get it, and then I'll go back to ordering it online. But in the store, like, had it been within $1 or $2, but it was like twice as expensive for the same product, and it was like the next day delivery. I was like, eh.
Were you at Freddy's?
I don't want to say where I was at. But it was
you were at one of those bougie ones, weren't you?
No. I felt crappy though. But you're right. Like Amazon, it's like, You
got a better deal.
I got a much better deal.
All right. Well, the news is this: ESPN, Fox, and Warner Brothers have teamed up to create a supersized sports streaming service that will offer content from all major leagues. Now, this is enormous because basically it's a big middle finger to cable.
Yeah. But it
doesn't have CBS, obviously, or NBC. But NBC kind of has its own app in Peacock. Oh, I pay for that too, but that doesn't count. So it just has things that are on like TNT, ESPN, Fox.
Yeah. Will
all be on here.
So
and they haven't named it, and they don't know the price yet.
Yeah.
But the key here is if you have Hulu or Max, or ESPN Plus,
it's available to you.
You get it
for extra.
No,
it's going to be extra.
No.
Yes.
No.
No. Yes.
I refuse to pay.
No. So can I ask the question here?
No, you may not.
Am I the
ask it, and then we'll answer it when we get back.
Am I the only one that when I first saw this was like, this sounds like cable? So a bunch of different content from a bunch of different sports providers, all in one location that I have to pay for, sounds like cable.
It's a bundle.
sounds like cable.
Streaming bundle.
So we unbundled, and we didn't want cable because there was too much bundling. And then we unbundled, and now we've decided there's too many things out there, and so now we're bundling again, but it's not cable, but it's streaming cable. What am I missing?
I don't know what you're missing, really.
Because Hulu plus live sports, live TV and sports, it's like $80-$90 a month already. So now I'm going to have to pay on top of that already to get the others. And now I'm over $100 a month. That sounds like cable, which I went away from because I didn't want to spend $120 a month.
The idea is everybody's getting rid of cable. So now these guys are like, hey,
we got to go back.
Let's just offer our content separately because we're the only thing anybody watches on cable.
Yeah.
So now cable cord cutters will, I don't know what's left to watch on cable, if not live sports like on ESPN.
But that's
probably a lot of, I get what you're saying. I'm just saying that they don't care what you think.
Yeah.
Right? They're out to make money. So cable has very few redeeming qualities left, which is why everybody's cutting the cord.
Yeah.
Well, if sports content like this bundles up and says, well, we'll just be right over here when you need us, who the hell is paying for cable? Like the cord cutting is going to be, because those are the last things on cable that people watch live.
But then essentially I'm just paying for cable without all the extras.
See, what this sounds like to me is, I think Suk is onto something. We all have to pay like a sports regional broadcast fee if we do have cable. Yeah. Now it kind of sounds like on a streaming service, we're going to have to do the same thing, not regionally, but if you want to watch these, you're going to have to pay a sports fee.
That's right.
Middle finger to all y'all.
What do you want it for free?
I don't want it for
bitch.
Free. I want
it's not going to be free.
I miss cable. I think I just
so basically you pay more money, but you pay less than cable because they won't have like Oxygen channel attached to it.
But I'm starting to think that by the time we're done, this isn't gonna be any cheaper than cable. And I still, if something's on something's on CBS or ABC or no NBC, I don't get that with this. I still have to go find that somewhere else. I don't know. I'm exhausted.
I don't miss all those cable fees, but it sounds like we're all going to be rounded back into paying the equivalent of those fees.
And
this sucks.
Did antitrust laws, do those not exist anymore? Are we just done with those? We can just do whatever.
You got to pay off the government.
Was that South Park skit where they gotta rub their nipples waiting for the cable company? Like, you just got to deal with our schedule.
Damn.
Well, that's what they do.
More on this next. That's big news. 404 on the Fan. Welcome back. It's hour 2 here of the broadcast. We are unbundling the bundling news, where ESPN, Fox, and Warner Brothers have teamed up to create a sports streaming platform.
They've teamed up to invent cable. Genius.
So a couple of other facts on this here.
There's a lot of this, by the way, so we don't know a lot of details about this.
They're saying that, this is from the Wall Street Journal, the chief executives of the 3 companies said the new offering would increase choice for sports fans and give those who have cut the cord to traditional pay TV a new sports-centric service. It marks a major milestone in the growth of the streaming industry and could accelerate consumer shift away from cable TV. Each company will own 1/3 of the entity. Media companies have been hesitant to offer their most valuable sports properties, and it says here that some major sporting content will remain off limits to subscribers of this new platform.
So you won't get the big games? I don't know what that...
The new service comes as ESPN and Warner Brothers Discovery's TNT are both renegotiating their rights package with the NBA, one of their most valuable assets. Some experts expect the NBA to command 3 times its last deal, which would mean a deal of about $78 billion.
Yikes.
Over a decade. The service will give users access to the company's many traditional TV networks, such as ESPN, TNT, and FS1, the gateway to some of the highest profile sporting content, including games from the NFL, the NBA, Major League Baseball, and the NHL. Subscribers of the company's streaming platforms, including Disney+, Hulu, and Max, will also have the ability to subscribe to the new service as part of a bundle.
We will give you the opportunity to pay more.
Some high-profile sports content will remain off limits.
I still don't understand what exactly that means. Like, what high-profile content? So if ESPN has something, but it's high profile, it won't, like, I have to pay extra? Like, are we really getting to the point where it's like, hey, we've got a playoff game, and I know you subscribe to Hulu, and you subscribe to this, but if you want the playoff game, now you got to go, are we going pay-per-view? Like, we have to then go and buy that, like Blazer Vision back in the day?
We might be looking at regional blackouts, possibly. I don't know if that's
still only cable.
Oh, is that? I mean, so like if I buy
it doesn't say anything about ESPN going off of cable.
No, so I don't know. I am gonna withhold judgment until details about this come out, because this is what happens all the time: is that something like this gets announced, we freak out, we don't know how much it's going to cost, we don't exactly know like everything that's going to be involved. But again, it just feels like I'm just rebundling, which is what people were trying to do away with in the first place with cable. And if cable does go away, I understand that, and if it just dies on the vine. But then if you're still left with all these other things that you still have to do, and then on top of that, you still have to find a way to watch NBC and CBS, and now I have to subscribe to something else or bundle with that and then get Peacock to get a playoff game. It just, God bless America. It seems like a lot of hoops to jump through, and an expensive one at that.
Well, would you rather have it all a la carte, or would you rather have, let's just keep it to sports?
Yeah.
Because there's other content, movies and TV shows and stuff, but just sports. Would you rather have it all a la carte, or would you rather have it all bundled? In other words, it is cable, but it's not. It's cable with just sports.
Yeah, it's cable, so you're not paying for Fox News, you're not paying
Correct.
for CNN, you're not paying for the oxygen.
Anything. It's all sports.
Well, it'd be one
because
thing,
that seems to be where it's headed.
It's true, but my thing is, if it's not any cheaper, then I would like. Look, I don't miss a lot of those channels on cable because, to be honest with you, like HBO with Max, I get a lot of that crap anyways. Like, there's a lot of like Hulu has like all the FX shows. Like, if you want to watch It's Always Sunny, or Amazon has a bunch of those. That Max has all the Discovery channels and different stuff, so you can find that other places, but. Again, if I end up paying as much, if not more eventually, and I don't get all the extras that go along with it, then what have I really done other than just say I don't want cable? But I end up with a more intrusive version of cable.
A chief executive for the venture is expected to be named in the coming weeks. While no price tag has been set, it is expected to be significantly lower than the typical cable bundle, which often can run north of $100 a month.
But if I'm getting Hulu plus live sports and now I have to pay more than this, Hulu with live sports, I believe now is like $90-something already. So is it, I don't know.
I don't get the live sports part. I just have Hulu. And I never watch it.
Let me chime in one for the cable side of things too. Like the internet could go out, right? Like we're all just trusting streaming to just work all the time. It was kind of nice. I remember because like I feel like this was the last time I did this in college when I had Comcast, and maybe internet wasn't working, power was a little iffy. I could always still like my dad had the generator, and we still had a connection to the wall that gave us cable. It is something to be said, with that connection to the wall for sure. As far as that versus streaming.
Well, my father-in-law, he's down in our ADU now. Mm-hmm. He just set up his TV.
Yeah.
And he put up his antenna.
Well, I want to say it's about $80, and you can get a HD antenna that plugs into the back of your TV, and that will get you 2, 6, 8, and 12 Fox.
And 32.
Yeah, and 32. You can get the CW.
Us.
That is true. You can get that. And I want to say they're like $80 to $100. If you don't make any money or you're below a certain point, you can apply for a free one. But if you make a decent living, it's $80 or whatever. And so I guess you can do that.
It's still out there.
It's still out there. It's just, or again, if you've got a decent internet provider, you can always head east to the streams. It can be a little bit of a pain in the ass, but it's,
that Larry Scott was ahead of his time.
He was. I mean, and I'm sure some of this again is to try to get a jump on it because Amazon and Apple dipping their toes in the water, and it sure feels like one of these days that cable is just going to die. And we talked about it earlier. You try to call a cable company right now and tell them you're cutting the cord. As long as they keep you as an internet customer, they don't give two Fs. When I called to cut the cord, the Comcast is like, all right, you're still using our internet, right? And by the way, at my house, I have 2 choices for internet. 2. I can either do Comcast or Xfinity, or I've got, CenturyLink. But all the other stuff that's available, none of that stuff is available in my area. Like, I'll click on those. It's like, hey, $50 a month for internet. And I'm like, oh, it's a good deal. Not available in mine. I don't know where that's available because I live right in the middle of a fairly decent-sized city, and they're like, nah.
Yeah, it's kind of clunky, isn't it? All of it.
Seems that way a little bit.
A lot of stuff going on out there.
Yeah. And someone's saying the exclusions, NFL playoff games. You'll be paying for those. Well, I mean, Peacock was, and
I'm thinking of like the major college football playoff content. That's on ESPN.
It would.
They're just going to throw that on streaming? I don't think so.
It would not shock me if eventually, if you want to watch the college football playoff, you want to watch the NFL playoffs, time to pony up. Wouldn't shock me one bit.
They'd have to be careful with that one, though.
Yeah, it's a dicey thing. But it sure feels like they just keep pushing and pushing and pushing.
It's all about the dollars.
Yeah. Well, and for TV, it's really the only thing that matters anymore. Whatever the top 100 shows, 97 of them are sports and like 91 of them are in the NFL.
That frustrates me. They can make this money up elsewhere. Suk and I have talked about it on the air. I firmly believe that you can charge more for tickets. There are ways that you can make this up instead of making people pay for postseason games. Come on. They got to be available for everybody to watch.
Do you think that's how they think, Schulte?
No, they don't.
You think they're in a room like, well, how can we gouge them in another way? Not this way.
Yeah.
No, they'll just gouge you any which way they can.
Yeah.
Get in your wallet. Yep. And you'll pay for it.
Yes, you will.
They know. Sports, man.
The
guys want their sports.
The Thursday night football, the Peacock streaming playoff game. So far, all of those numbers have been astronomical. The one thing we don't know is, are people willing to go off platform for non-NFL? That's the one thing we don't know. Because right now, everyone, the NFL, they could put the damn game on Mars and people will be like, well, I guess I'm going to Mars to watch it. But what I don't know is if you put those other sports on it, like the Apple MLS deal apparently was not going well. Now, Messi came along and that helped bump it up a little bit. But the Apple MLS numbers were dreadful, like dreadful at the beginning. So, and like,
does it take time though?
That I don't know.
Train people to get there.
It wasn't working, but like the Pac-12 deal that was mainly a streaming deal with Apple, the presidents looked at that and were like, yeah, no. You imagine what a disaster that would have been? People on the West Coast having to pay for the Pac-12 network? Yeah, that wasn't happening. I mean, my God, the Pac-12 fell apart over that. So it's easy for the NFL to sit up here and be like, hey, man, we can put our crap anywhere and people will pay for it. I'm not certain that the other sports can do that.
All right. Well, we'll table that for now. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
It's coming later this year.
Yes. And we know that the landscape is changing and eventually it'll settle, but where that is, I don't know.
It is NBA trade deadline week. Who will be on the move? Next on The Fan. on Sunday. Looking forward to it. Chiefs-Niners. We'll get more into that coming up and throughout the rest of the week. But it was also NBA trade deadline week. I believe the deadline is on Thursday. As of today, we have no action. All the teams are playing chicken with one another probably right now.
Well, a lot of the chatter is that the Portland's not going to make a move. Two things. One, no one wants to deal with any of the new luxury tax things. People want rookie scale contracts. And also this draft coming ahead apparently is crap. No one wants it. So like with Portland, you got twofold. One, no one wants to pay you a premium for any of your vets. You know, and that's a bit of a problem there. They don't want to take on the salary. And then for Portland, you already have 2 picks. You have yours and you have Golden State's, which, by the way, are both going to be high picks. And do you really want a third in a crappy draft? So it sounds like, you know, Brogdon and you know, they're not moving off from Simons right now. Everyone thinks that, you know, going into the year that you had to move Simons. I don't think that's happening. So Brogdon was the one that made sense. Or you could trade, you know, an injured Robert Williams. But again, I feel like that it seems more likely that they're just going to wait until the offseason and then try to move those picks into next year's draft, which is supposed to be better than this. So it's not like making a move right now makes a difference. I mean, you're not committed right now to playing Scoot in the fourth quarter anyways. So maybe they just want Brogdon around to continue to help him develop, not have to lean on him. And again, having an extra pick or 2 in this year's draft doesn't sound like something that Portland's super interested in.
See a list here of the players who could be on the move. Some key guys. Andrew Wiggins is on here.
Yeah.
Odds-on favorite, Dallas.
Okay. Well, Dallas is struggling right now, and Golden State isn't going anywhere. I mean, that thing is all but dead.
Dallas is also the odds-on favorite for Kyle Kuzma.
Well,
and boy, doesn't that seem to fit?
Yeah.
Wiggins and Kuzma to Dallas.
Seems to make a little sense there. Kyle, your savior being Kyle Kuzma of all people. So I don't know. That's what I've been reading is that with the new collective bargaining agreement that it's going to limit some of the just wanting to absorb contracts. So
DeJounte Murray to the Lakers. That all but seems to be a done deal.
yeah.
DeMar DeRozan favorite, the Heat.
Okay. I guess that makes sense. I mean, Miami's sitting there in 8th, but I mean, they've been there before and can make runs.
Jordan Clarkson, odds-on favorite, Knicks. Tobias Harris, odds-on favorite, Kings. That's interesting.
Yeah. You look at, I mean, and those are teams, again, sitting there in that, 3 to 5 range. I mean, that makes sense if you feel like someone like that and can actually make a push. But like the Lakers, like I just rearranging the deck chairs. Lakers ain't doing jack squat.
Yeah, I don't really know how they...
Yeah, you're not.
How they going to... are they...
They're not doing anything. I mean, the Lakers are, at this point, I mean, that was why the talk was...
You got LeBron and AD.
Well, that was the talk is, do you move on from LeBron? But I guess they quieted that. But yeah, there's nothing the Lakers are going to do. We're going to have to sit here and listen to how the Lakers are going to improve their team. Cool. Welcome to getting bounced in the first and or second round.
It's possible that Chris Paul... And maybe even Klay Thompson could be on the move.
Yeah, I hope Klay gets to stick out the season. I don't know if you saw, but you know he didn't close out the game the other night. They had a nice little comeback win, and his ass was sitting on the bench. And then afterwards, it was a little weird listening to him talk about it. He knows that it's
over.
It's over.
I mean, that whole thing's over.
Yeah.
Happened quick too. Well, I mean, it didn't really, but it. Well, I mean, I don't know. They won it 2 years ago.
Yeah.
But so it kind of did happen quick. Last year was kind of a weird year, and this year they're just not very good.
Nope. And you know they tried doing it. They missed on some of the young guys. I mean, it's funny if you go back to that title. We all thought that Golden State was getting ready for another run, right? Like Wiseman never worked out, and he was either the number 1 or number 2 overall pick that year that they were terrible.
They went from 57 wins to 15.
Yep. And Poole was thought to be a guy that they were going to be able to lean on in the future. That didn't work out. Kuminga, he's okay. But again, didn't really turn into what they thought what he was going to. Draymond has aged not beautifully. And Klay is a shell of his former self. I mean, the only thing there that's really impactful is Steph. And now Steph's getting a little taste of the Damian Lillard world where, you know, you're an all-world guard and there just really isn't a whole lot else around you. So it's I kind of feel. I don't feel bad for them. I mean, my God, look at the run they were on.
4 titles.
4 titles. You don't feel bad about that, but it is. I don't know. It is kind of weird to think that's all but done.
So the deadline's on Thursday.
Yeah.
Did you see that LED court the All-Star Game's going to roll out there?
Yeah. That's
cool is that?
That's interesting.
I think it's awesome.
Now, is it gonna? I want to see what the players think about it, or is it? Because that can't.
Well, they tested it, so it's made of glass.
Yes, which seems.
I know, but they said that they've tested it. They've used it in other countries,
and it's fine. There's not a difference.
Yeah. I guess I don't know. They have player reps that go out there and dribble the ball, and get some floor burns on that glass. They test it out. They say it's no different, and it can play highlights and like track movements of players, and like it's crazy. It's going to be wild.
Yeah, you look at any of the videos that are out there, and it's like they do this in hockey, but it's like projected onto the ice. This is actually from underneath. I mean, this is like rock concert stuff.
It's like a TV on the floor.
Yeah, my buddy a number of years ago did this when Metallica, they had a floor that was like LED, and they could do whatever they wanted. So in the middle of songs, you could put whatever graphics you want underneath there. But it's a little bit different when you got a rock show going on versus an NBA game. You imagine trying to, and I know they won't do it during play, but you imagine trying dribbling down the floor and the court's moving underneath you. It's like being high on shrooms.
I just wonder what the difference is being there versus on TV. Like if they flash up Damian Lillard's point total in the bottom right on the court.
Yeah.
Like, is that, I mean, that would be just for TV, but does that,
you would see it. They're going to have to do something where they can't show it on the floor like while the action's going on. Maybe if it's not at one end, you're able to do some stuff on the other, and then like there's a steal, and so you quickly have to flip back.
Some dude gets strobe lighted as he's trying to hit the game-winning three.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's got to be a little distracting. I know you're not necessarily looking down at the floor, but I don't know. I think it'd be. You imagine putting, right? Like you're out there on 17 out there at Langdon Farms. You're lining up a putt, and all of a sudden, there's something projected on
strobe light comes on underneath me.
I would assume that's a little weird.
Probably help me.
It lines up your putt for you. It gives you that.
Well, I think it's cool looking. I don't know. Yeah, you're right. It's like, how are they going to implement it? What's it going to look like? I don't know. But I tell you what,
it looks cool.
The All-Star Game is next weekend.
Mm-hmm.
I would never watch the All-Star Game. Probably won't. I'm going to be in Vegas.
Yeah.
But I want to see this. I want to see this court.
Yeah. One of the ones that I saw in one of the videos was they had a guy on a breakaway, and they had like a trail of smoke behind him. And again, I don't know how realistic that is in a game, but in the All-Star Game, I could see that. Guy like takes off to throw one down, and there's like an explosion underneath him. I don't know. So it's like our drops. You got someone in the NBA game who's working the drop board.
Right.
He's doing graphics underneath it.
Right.
Oh,
maybe somebody cuts one.
Kind of cool.
While they're going to have a little poof coming out his butt.
Little poof. Well, I mean, we all know that in order to get fans into arenas, they feel like they keep having to kind of push the envelope. So,
cool technology.
Here you go.
The company's from Germany.
Forgive me, guys. We got some breaking Shaden Sharp news. Did you say that on the air yet? I don't think we did.
What do we got?
Shaden Sharp is undergoing surgery. This is according to the Portland Trail Blazers. They just sent an email out with a press release a couple minutes ago. Says during Shaden's ramp up in basketball activities, he experienced worsening of his symptoms. So it has been determined that Sharp will undergo corrective surgery to address a core muscle injury. A return to play will be determined once that is completed.
So out for the rest of the year.
This is breaking news.
Duke's happy. He looked at me and smiled.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm devastated.
You guys saw it on YouTube.
I am devastated about this
because he's got a bet on the Blazers
in that under
win total. That'll help you a little bit, but they're still playing pretty well without him.
I know. I wonder if that is that contagious to Anthony Simons?
God, rooting for injury?
No, I am not.
Nice young men like those guys?
I'm merely wondering if maybe that's contagious. Interesting.
Well, maybe now we know why they're not trading Malcolm Brogdon. They got to leave some talent on the court.
Yeah,
right?
Brogdon ain't
trade Sharp.
He ain't going anywhere.
All right,
those damn core injuries. What's going on in the Blazer world?
That didn't used to be a thing.
Yeah, it's all about.
They used to tell you what muscle it was. Now they're just like, it's kind of in the middle there.
one of our best player at BYU, our linebacker, ended up going in the first round. He played through like half a year with one of those. Oh my God.
So is that like an oblique or?
Yeah, it's like, well, it depends. Like his was like lower. It was like between like your groin and your stomach. And he had a tear. It's like some kind of hernia or whatever. And he was a tough dude. And let's just say that's one injury I've never had, and thank God. Is like we kind of dismissed that. We're like, because Lillard played with his for a long time. The guys I know that have played through that, they will attest that is an injury that you want nothing to do with.
Yeah.
That sucker is painful.
All right, we got to move on. Coming up next, it is time for In the News. Southern California is getting hit with one of the wettest storms in its history, and we have Poopy Bridge. Here's Schultze.
This is a Super Week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by George McCoy at Warren Allen, Attorneys at Law.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Stanford's. This classic American steakhouse has exactly what you've been craving. Visit them in Clackamas, Tannisbourne, or online at stanfords.com. First on the Fan, breaking news in just the last 15 or 20 minutes, the Portland Trail Blazers are announcing that Shaedon Sharpe is going to undergo surgery on his core. He'd been trying to ramp up basketball activities after sitting out at least 3 weeks, and now he will have to undergo this surgery on, it looks like surgery is tentatively planned, for later this week, according to their press release, and no timeline will be available until that surgery happens for his return. Blazers do host the Pistons on Thursday night, and the Pistons are the worst team in the NBA right now. Elsewhere in the association, the Sixers announcing Joel Embiid did have successful knee surgery today. He will be reevaluated in 4 weeks. ESPN's Adrian Wojnarowski reports that his recovery from this meniscus procedure will determine if Embiid can return before the playoffs. In the NFL, former Giants head coach Ben McAdoo joining the New England Patriots staff under new head coach Gerard Mayo, as well as offensive coordinator Alex Van Pelt. It's a reunion of sorts for McAdoo and Van Pelt. They were both with the Packers in 2012 and 2013. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schulte from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk. Get to Spirit Mountain Casino Sportsbook, powered by BetMGM, for all the pro football postseason action. Visit spiritmountain.com.
Live, local, and free. No subscription required. Portland's sports leader is 1080 The Fan.
Your home, your savings, your children. Everything that matters to you is at stake in a divorce, and for many of our clients, a divorce was
right. Welcome back. Happy Tuesday. What's going on? It's Rob and Souk. Partying. Souk's eating chips. Are you eating chips over there?
I am. You want some
No.
sweet and tangy barbecue?
Oh, those are good.
Quite tasty.
I've cut those from my life.
I don't think you have. I saw you eating some like a week ago.
No, not those. No, I don't eat those anymore.
No.
I don't.
As of last week?
No, I didn't eat. You are wrong about that. I did not have them last week. Although they did put them in our break room now.
Yeah.
They give us free Doritos, and that is painful because I used to love Doritos, but I don't eat them anymore.
No, you've moved
For my
past
sexy body.
You've moved past that?
Yep. Can't eat those. They're bad for me. It is February 6, 2024. It's time for the news. I'm your noted newsman. Hello, thank you. Thank you so much, ladies.
I like turtles.
Thank you, America. Today is African American Coaches Day.
All right, well, go African American coaches. Brian Mitchell, my first African American coach, played opposite Deion Sanders on those Atlanta Falcons teams. He was a good dude.
So shout out to Nick Saban, Pete Carroll.
I did enjoy that one time at BYU we played in the black coaches, it was like a kickoff game. It was like the black coaches of America, and we had one black coach. One. So
Well, at least you had one.
yeah, we had one.
Would have been real awkward if you had none.
I know, Coach Mitchell. Of course, then we made fun of Coach Mitchell, and then he told us to
For being black?
No, it was just it was kind of
About right.
It was a kind of a running joke. He was a great guy.
What else was I
You
gonna
don't really
tell you?
think of BYU when you think of black coaches.
The color white to me just always works.
It is also
I just have always preferred the whites.
Ronald Reagan Day.
Oh, all right. Go Ronald
I
Reagan.
wish I could have more white things.
We know where we're at.
Could you mix in a black?
We did.
I'm asking where the white power rankings go.
We had a Hawaiian too. Norm Chow. Oh yeah, they signed that brown guy, and then I went right past it.
God.
Gosh almighty.
Come on!
It's problematic.
Ronald Reagan. I think this is the day he died. I think it's why
Is
it's
it?
Ronald Reagan Day.
Okay.
Back when we had real politicians and not actors and reality stars. And oh wait, Southern California is getting hit with one of the wettest storms in its history.
I can't say that I had seen a ton of this, but after you pointed it out, some of the footage is a little scary. Got the floody floods.
Some areas got 10 inches of rain in 24 hours. It's very close to the wettest 24-hour periods on record in LA.
Yeah.
They said that police responded to 130 flood incidents, 49 mud or debris flow problems.
Yeah, some of the mudslides were terrifying.
Yeah, half a dozen fires, several water rescues for the strandeds, even dogs.
Yeah.
One guy fell in trying to save his dog. The dog floats down the river, the fast-moving river. They rescue the guy. They get downstream, and there's the dog.
Yeah, just hanging out. It's like, hey, what's up?
He made it. 80-mile-an-hour winds in northern and central California caused massive power outages. They're saying it's one of the top 3 biggest outage events ever in Southern California. Whew. All right. Poopy Bridge news here locally.
Poopy Bridge.
Correct.
What do we got?
Sewage overflow has spilled onto the waterfront walkway under the Burnside Bridge.
Is this getting because of the rains, or did something else happen?
People taking a stroll on the waterfront walkway should avoid that area. It's just from a storm pipe, made its way onto the pavement there.
So it's not actual feces. We just got some sewage.
What's the difference?
Well, I mean, do we have just remnants of sewage, or is there like if I'm walking, am I dodging bullets?
Does a certain percentage of feces mean that it's not containing feces? I'm confused by that.
Yeah,
I think it's the delivery system of the feces.
Okay.
Check me if I'm wrong here.
So you need your sewage a little bit more diluted.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like if you tell me that I'm walking,
Watery feces,
and it's a very watery feces, and it's just like I'm
and you
walking.
can't really see the turds.
Yeah. Versus if I'm just walking through, like, let's say some sort of sludge, like I'm walking through chocolate pudding, like Bill Cosby with the pudding and the Jello and all. I would like to know what's the status of my feces. Am I walking through pudding, Baby Ruths, or am I walking through melted chocolate? I think it matters.
Officials say the mess came from a nearby pump station that sends sewage to a local wastewater treatment facility. It's not yet known just how much waste needs to be cleaned up.
How How do you clean that up, by the way?
I don't know.
Again, I'm going to go down the road of let's assume that it's melted chocolate. Am I wrong, or do you just power wash that away and like,
Isn't there some sort of like, I mean, it's not kitty litter, but it's like an absorbent. You throw it down like it's like chalk or powder or something, and it sucks all that stuff up. Like the janitor did that with vomit back at school.
Yeah.
I would assume.
I remember that.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
I do think kitty litter works for that.
Some kid would puke and they'd throw down that weird,
sawdusty stuff, whatever.
yeah,
And then
it
scrape
would
it
still
all
smell.
up. Yeah, I don't know how that works. I'm not experienced in the realm of cleaning up raw sewage. Wouldn't know.
Got to call the sewage people.
They call Mike Rowe from Dirty Jobs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, don't walk under the Burnside Bridge.
Well, I'm going to tell you what. Under
You
no,
tell me what.
Under no,
Isn't that where that's where Saturday Market is, right? Burnside Bridge, I think.
well,
Yeah, I think
not-
that's right.
under it though.
Part of it, yeah.
Okay, so no Saturday market.
Oh no!
Yeah,
The show must go on.
Yeah, just put on your meatball Ron women white boots and go stomping through
Slap
there.
a 10% poop discount on there.
Let's go.
On those overpriced earrings that you made.
Yeah. That is always interesting when you're at Saturday market and someone's trying to charge a premium for some handmade paperclip earrings. You're like, really? It's like when you go to breakfast and they try to sell you art off the wall.
What? Where does that happen?
Oh, like
Denny's?
all the time. If you go to like a local diner, there's a place over in Vancouver that I go to, and there is art, like art just hanging on the wall, and it's not cheap. It's like expensive art. I don't know what it is about breakfast places, and even Matt, like La Provence has that. Cameo Cafe has it. Valerie's has it. They're selling art. I've never sat down for like a $14.99 steak and egg and been like, I got an extra $500 burning a hole in my pocket and go ahead and pick this up.
Could I have an eggs over my hammy and that beautiful picture of the Portland bridges, please?
Yeah. You haven't seen these? I don't know. They're at breakfast places all the time.
No, I'll keep my eyes peeled though.
Yeah, keep an eye out for it.
I do often wonder how those, like those little shops with little trinkets and things. I wonder how they make it.
I think about it all the time. Like
who's
who's
buying all this?
I don't know. It's the same thing with that sword and knife store that's always in every mall. Who on earth is going in there and is buying the Jackhawk 9000?
Well, at least you can kill someone with it.
I need a replica of Captain America shield and these 7 throwing knives. Take a couple of those throwing stars. You got the Conan sword in there that I can buy. How is that store open? I just assume they're a front for human trafficking.
Well, and then you've got like the booths, like like street market type stuff, like kind of like Saturday Market. They had one in San Diego when we were down there, and it's all the same. Like, who are these people? Where do they get this stuff? And how do they make money? Like, it's all the same stuff. It's the same jewelry, little stupid jewelry,
Some
and then
sort of local honey
some
is being
candle.
sold. Yeah,
and
some
then
candle.
It's all the same. Like, there's nothing unique ever.
No.
And although that's not true. There was one booth where this guy made, he had old radios.
Oh.
And he would make, like he had one with a catcher's mitt, and he,
I thought you said he was just selling old radios.
he was, but he would make them, what was it? I think he said you could bring something by and he would put the radio in it. Like you could, it was kind of unique. It was like, oh, cool. He had one he had a old catcher's mitt, but a radio was in it.
Huh.
Somebody made it.
And I'm guessing you didn't buy it.
No.
You're like, it's unique.
It
and
was
then I'll move on.
It was unique compared to the jewels that I just saw, and then the jewels that I'm about to see, and then the crystals, and then candles.
I'll do this a handful of times. Like, wow, that's a candle, smells really good. Maybe $37. Maybe not.
There's always some sort of health formula.
No, yes.
It's like, here, just put this in your water in the morning.
There's
it's
a
like,
tonic.
Of all the things I'm gonna buy for my health, you think I'm just gonna do it from you, dude? With an eye patch on a street?
Yeah, that's all about Eastern medicine, man. Trust your doctor.
Well, anyway. A man has been arrested after his missing fiancée may have been found dead inside a car in Washington.
Oh.
Did you read this story?
I did not see this story.
Her name is Jeannie Enyart. She was 47. She was last seen by her neighbors in the area of Northeast Holiday Street and Northeast 93rd. This was back on January 27th. 3 days later, they found her car, but it was unoccupied. It was in Skamania County. Her family said the car was towed after it was found crashed in a ditch. They searched the area until they heard someone had searched the car, and there was a body in it.
Oh.
It's been in a trunk or something.
So yeah, I was going to say, they towed the car and no one realized. I hope it wasn't just in the back seat and the dude,
Right?
didn't. I think you'd take a little look in there and see what's up.
And they are now determining that the woman died of homicidal violence. And,
well, does anyone die of natural causes when they end up in the trunk of a car?
well,
Yeah, I mean,
fair point.
I don't think anyone's ever been like, I'm having a heart attack. You know what I should do? Climb into the trunk of my Buick
But she may
LeSabre.
have died in the car crash, but that would not explain why she was in the trunk.
Yeah.
That's a little bit of a dead give.
A little bit.
It wasn't a car crash.
No.
Police instantly arrested her fiance, 33-year-old John French. He was arraigned Tuesday on charges of second-degree murder.
Oh,
Boy,
John.
nice going, John. Jeez, man. Like, you can't, I don't know. Like, what do you think you're going to get away with there?
Yeah, it does seem.
You know? Apparently, they were going through a breakup. And,
Well, I think here's the problem. I think when you murder someone and put them in the trunk of the car, you're probably not thinking super clearly. And by the way, looking at John here, doesn't seem like
old Johnny French.
he doesn't seem like the brightest guy in the world. You know,
I'll never judge a book by its cover.
I will.
Jason?
I do it all the time. You telling me that when you're going like back in the day when you were perusing movies that the jacket cover didn't jump out and grab you? I'm judging. I'm not saying I'm solely judging, but if I'm on that jury and I see old Frenchie here, he did that.
Well, he did not do a very good job.
No, he
and
did not.
rest in peace. That's sad.
Yeah, that
Very
is
sad
that is terrible. By the way, just break up for God's sakes. It's okay.
Yeah, you don't have to kill someone.
No, move on.
Initial report on the Alaska door plug issue has been released.
Yeah, you see there's more problems too.
And I saw that too. The question is, should they have caught this? That's next on The Fan.
This is the Fan's Window into Sports, a view into today's top stories. Brought to you by Window Nation, online at windownation.com.
Raiders, until they are the Las Vegas Raiders, of course, but they'll always, for another decade, probably still have that great fan base from Oakland. And I love the people from Oakland. I think they deserve to have their team.
That is the mayor of Vegas,
Yeah.
Carolyn Goodman, who is suggesting the A's stay put.
Yeah, what is happening there? Are they going to fumble this?
I don't know.
Is they going to screw this up? Because if so, they're going to Salt Lake. They ain't going back to Oakland.
Yeah,
Isn't that
interesting?
That's just bizarre.
The Fans Window into Sports is brought to you by Window Nation. Get 50% off all styles of windows, plus pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years at windownation.com.
The Fan invites you to play in the first annual Fan Winter Golf Classic at X Golf Tualatin and X Golf Vancouver, Tuesday, February 27th. The afternoon round at X Golf Tualatin is almost sold out, and the others are filling up fast.
Let's go while we're young.
Danny and Dusty and Isaac and Souk will broadcast live. Fabulous prizes are on the line, including a foursome at this summer's 10th annual Fan Golf Classic. Sign your threesome up now at 1080thefan.com. The Fan.
All right, we are back, but you probably knew that.
Yeah, by the music.
So are Hall & Oates, apparently.
Just got done watching them on the We Are the World documentary.
This is in the news, Feb 6, 2024. Little late-breaking news from Washington County today. The Hops are looking for more monies
Yeah,
because they want to stay in town.
Yeah, they got to get a new facility.
The Washington County Board of Commissioners approved funding for construction of the new city-owned ballpark.
Yeah, because
This is a total of $8 million towards funding the facility.
in order to stay, they need stadium upgrades.
Yeah, they basically have to build a new one.
Yes, yes.
And
the baseball is requiring them to have certain things that it's not feasible to have at the Ron Tonkin Field or whatever.
Yes,
so they got to build a new one, and I think they're just doing it. Well, they were trying to do it just kind of across to the freeway from there. I think it's pretty close.
So this commitment means that the $15 million request to the Oregon State Legislature becomes the final piece of project funding that they need to get together before the deadline, which is March 15th.
I hope they.
So they're under the gun.
I hope that gets it. It gets it across the finish line. I don't go to a lot of Hops games because, again, it's way out there. But the Hops is a good thing. I know a lot of people really enjoy it out there. They do a good job, and I always hate to see sports fail in our lovely city of ours.
Yeah, I was the MC for the Hillsboro Hops for the first 3-4 seasons of their existence, and that ballpark is beautiful. They do it unlike anywhere else here in the Pacific Northwest for minor league baseball. It's a must go if you're just a regular sports fan. You don't have to be a baseball fan. Just go hang out there.
One of the finest minor league mascots.
Yes,
in my opinion.
Yeah,
they got
Barley.
That right. Just Hops.
No, his name is Barley.
Yeah.
Okay, but you know what I mean. The whole
they hit it out of
the whole
park.
bit. Wonderful,
Yes.
Great job. We'll have to table door plug news for tomorrow.
Yeah,
because there's a lot to chew on here.
There is.
Boeing is really stepping in it.
It's not going well right now for the 737 Max.
So we'll get to that. We'll kick off the news with that tomorrow. Up next, though, the Hot 5 at 5, where we have late-breaking Blazers injury news, which Suk, I want you guys to know, he is clapping like a seal over there.
Devastated over this.
We also have very big standalone streaming news for sports, and Jim Harbaugh yanks another guy from Michigan. Well, I mean, he brought him to his new team. He didn't yank him. That'd be awkward. And maybe he did. I don't know.
Who knows what Harbaugh's up to?
It is 5:02. The Hot 5 at 5 is next on The Fan. back. Hope you're having a nice little Tuesday. It's your Sports Bros, Romp and Sook. I'm Romp. Big Sook's right over there.
Right here.
We've got Jordan Schultz back on the show today as Ryan Buckley was doing it with his wife again and threw out her back.
Yeah, not Buck's back. No.
Her back.
Her back.
Happy Super Tuesday, guys.
So apparently if she hurts her back, Buck can't come to work. Is that how that's working now?
Yeah, she can't watch the kids, you know.
I guess.
We got 2 kids now.
Well, maybe she
Soon to
thought
be 3.
Maybe you should have thought about that before you had a little brat.
Totally. I always say that. When people gripe about their kids or like, oh, this is my plight with my kids or, you know, this kid. Well, you probably should have thought about that before you had the little S-head.
I will say that I have never encountered this because we don't work in a real office, but
this is definitely not.
It is not a real office. I do know several people that are quite annoyed that moms take certain liberties with their jobs when it comes to their kids. They do, and they just think it's a little suspicious.
What do you mean?
Times.
Like,
well, like, so if you're working a job and you're supposed to be there, there's not many reasons why you can just be like, I got to go, no questions asked.
Right.
And parents often do the,
well, I got to pick my kid up.
Well, I got to go. And they're like, well, I understand that you have to pick your kid up, but we're both doing the job and we're both getting paid the same. And I don't get to leave 45 minutes early. And yet you do leave 45 minutes early because you have a kid. That's your decision to have a kid. I do know some people that get a little.
I feel like that might be here in our building and you're
just saying,
pawning it off as, they're not here.
No, I know someone in particular that will remain nameless that believes that this is abused.
It's becoming a thing
at their work all the time. And I do know
that.
someone that had to fight. Well, I can't. They encouraged someone to maybe go find another job because of this this occurrence. There was a lot of like
they should drive Uber and put the kid in the back.
Well, just it's tough, man. I sympathize with parents having to
tell jokes to
having to deal with sick kids and whatnot, but I get the other part of it too.
My wife showed me something cool the other day for the first time ever. Every time she shows me something, I'm like,
I know.
I've either already seen it or it's stupid.
Oh, believe me, my gal does the same thing. Have you seen this? Yeah, honey, like 3 weeks ago.
We talked about it on. You realize this is what I do for a living, but she showed me an awesome thing. It was a kid's stroller that the guy made into a pull cart for his golf clubs. It was great.
And all of a sudden you're like, interesting.
Dude, I've always thought about that. I mean, of course, I've never had to deal with that because, well, I made the decision not to have kids.
Yeah.
But I've always thought about one like on a golf cart, you know, like a little playpen on the back of a golf cart.
Oh, just throw them in there.
But I've never thought about the push carts, you know, that guys use now.
Yeah.
And and he had it all dialed. I mean, it was real. He had it all dialed in. There's clubs right there on the front, a little spot for each one of them, and the little baby sitting in the stroller. And,
well, I'll say this: it is not that uncommon when I go to my jiu-jitsu gym to have people bring their very small children, and they like stick them in the corner, like by the weights, with like an iPad on the floor.
Seems safe.
And like some goldfish, and they're like, here, you just. And some of these kids are pretty small, and it throws me for a loop. And I have seen someone bring a playpen and stick a baby in a playpen while they're out there. It's interesting.
Do you think that? So I see what you're saying about these people who kind of they push the boundaries of work protocols with I got to pick up my kids or I got to go do this. Yeah. I get that. Yeah. I see that as being an issue.
Yeah.
Do you think it's better if they had their kids with them at work so they couldn't? I mean, like...
Well, Dusty does that. I'll give Dusty credit.
His kid was in here the other day.
Dusty many times will bring his son and daughter, and he throws them in one of the isolation cubes back there, and he throws some headphones on them. I was back there the other day.
Makes them sit in the dark with headphones on?
Yeah, I was walking in, and little Bennett was in one of the isolation cubes back there, one of like the sales pods.
Child abuse?
And he had his headphones on. He had like some goldfish, and he was on his iPad, and I was like, oh, that's happening.
Why do they always have goldfish?
That's the key universal snacks. Either some Teddy Grahams or some goldfish. You're like, shove these in your little brat face and just be happy.
If kids only knew how crappy those are.
Yeah.
You know?
I've seen it where, like, again, at my gym, where, like, they just stick them, like, on a paper towel, like, on the floor. And
I'd give them Cheez-Its.
Oh, yeah, Cheez-Its.
Because I'm a real dad.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe white cheddar.
Oh,
if they're lucky.
If they're lucky. The white cheddar Cheez-It might be the king of all of those snacks.
So good.
Really?
Oh my God, it's
No.
delicious.
No.
The white cheddar Cheez-It is
Here comes McDonald's Schultzy.
beyond reproach.
No, the regular Cheez-It, it's where it's at.
Oh,
I've
get
never
outta here.
poo-poo all those extra flavors
Well,
like
Cheez-Its
the
are good.
roasted
Cheez-Its are good,
Yeah,
but the
Cheez-Its are
white
amazing.
cheddar Cheez-It?
I don't know
I'm
about
sorry. That kicks the regular Cheez-It right in the taint.
Sports follow-up. The people on the street are texting us about the Vegas thing because we were asking, like, why is the Vegas mayor saying the A's should just stay?
Yeah.
Because Vegas is getting the A's.
Yeah.
So it's a weird flex, or not flex, but, like a weird thing to say.
Yeah.
They're saying that apparently the teachers and the school districts are all upset there because they didn't pass the school levy for the state.
But they're giving money to the
But they're
baseball
paying
team.
all this money in taxes to bring in a baseball team. So the mayor is they're pissed about
Sure.
that. And
Well, again, I'm not saying you should always support your teachers, but at the same time, I do get why someone's like, yeah, I don't have kids. I would like to not pay for your kids, but you know what I do like? Baseball.
But isn't that like that old lady mayor? She don't care, right? She's just saying, "Oh, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna come out today and I'm gonna say, let's keep the A's in Oakland, and then behind closed doors, I'm gonna shake the hands of the people who have the property who are bringing the A's and be like, all right, you guys are good now."
And I'll take the suite and all the things that go along with it.
Exactly.
It makes sense.
All right, coming up this hour. Are we ready for Tom Brady, the broadcaster? Maybe we'll get into some Super Alley.
Oh,
it was great.
Okay. Pull the killer Mike.
And I need a ruling on something in my neighborhood.
Oh, I thought you were talking about a ruling on Drake. It's impressive.
Drake. What do you
You
mean?
haven't seen that?
No. Drake, the
rapper. He had a video leak today. I believe this leak is intentional.
Why? What do you mean?
He leaked himself doing something.
Oh, is he doing it?
Oh, no, it's a solo performance.
Oh.
And I believe it was leaked intentionally.
Why?
Because he's doing fine. He's doing more than fine.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it
You're always all over Weenus news.
It's what I do. It's what I do.
You're up on it.
But you would think, like, really? Like, is there anything that guy doesn't have going for him? And now we find out that?
Well, why would he leak that and not leak like a sex tape?
I think it might be more impressive when it's just,
Sex tape is so 2006.
Yeah. I'm not kidding, dude. It's something else. I wasn't even looking for it. I logged on to Twitter this morning and it was like the third thing down. I was like,
Ditto.
It's like, what is happening?
I couldn't avoid it.
I thought he was vacuuming. I was like,
look at it.
It's like, what is going on right now? Freaking Drake.
All right, Club 1086-7 right now, the hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions,
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
and hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Online at victorricos.com. Number 5.
By the way, whoever the lady in the red coat was that just walked by our window there.
Yeah, that's the wife
Who is
of God, I forget his name. He's over on Charlie's, the Mets fan. Anyway, it's the wife of one of the FM DJs.
Oh, she smells delightful.
Yes, and if you get within 20 feet of her, you will catch a whiff of it,
Correct.
and it's wonderful.
It is wonderful.
Yes.
Whatever she's wearing,
Yeah,
it works.
yeah, I smelled it too.
Yeah, because she's not even here. She was
No.
here like 20 minutes ago.
It
but
hangs.
just-
It lingers.
The Dodgers are bringing back Clayton Kershaw for his 17th season. He likely will not pitch until the second half, though, due to shoulder surgery. And the Astros have come to terms on a new 5-year extension with second baseman Jose Altuve. He'll get $125 million only.
For 5 years?
Yeah.
Is that a bargain? Are they
Not bad.
Are they getting the lovable
He's kinda
base?
old.
I know, but
He's getting old. But no, that's not a
what did Bobby Witt
5
just
years.
sign for?
Well, Witt's way younger.
Yeah, I guess Altuve, he's getting ready to turn 34. Yeah, that's older than I thought.
Yeah, so you got him till 39
Yeah, okay.
at 25 mil. That
still
could
think-
come back to bite you.
Yeah, that's not a bad. That's not bad though.
Well, he's still performing, but again, you know how it goes.
Could go off a
Stay
cliff.
on the sauce, man.
Exactly. Just keep it riding up.
A judge on Tuesday kept in place for now the NCAA's rules prohibiting name, image, and likeness compensation from being used as a recruiting inducement. This denies a request for a temporary restraining order by the states of Tennessee and Virginia.
I like that the NCAA is now getting sued by states. Although, did you see too the labor board with Dartmouth? Dartmouth men's basketball team sued to unionize, and the National Labor Board gave them the thumbs up. So it's going to be appealed, but we've seen this before, and it hasn't. The NCAA is just getting attacked from all angles, and it's only a matter of time. It's a house of cards, but that is something that has been approved, at least temporarily. Dartmouth, and they're saying that if that went through, Dartmouth may just drop basketball and be like, "Cool, bye."
Yeah, that's like the wrong school.
Yeah. But the idea is to set precedents, and if Dartmouth can do it, and then
the Ivy Leagues, they'll
Number 3.
they'll do anything for money over there.
Those cheating bastards. My point is, like, how many of these lawsuits are the NCAA facing right now? They're like the Trump of sports. I mean, it is just every corner coming after them.
What else do I have for you here, fellas? Jim Harbaugh has nabbed Michigan defensive coordinator Jesse Minter over to the Chargers.
Yeah, and we knew that too. Like,
oh, we did?
Yeah, well, that was one of those that...
I thought he was more of a college guy.
Yeah, the idea was that all along people thought...
I guess he was with the Ravens, too.
That he was going to go. So that wasn't a surprise. In fact, I'm a little surprised it took this long to go and do it.
Washington County approves $8 million to help the Hillsboro Hops fund their new ballpark. The last $15 million for the project lies with the Oregon State Legislature. Deadline March 15.
Yes, they're under the gun here a little bit. And the Hops, this is a requirement. Major League Baseball has some new standards for the level at which they're playing, and they can't get that done at their current facility. So this isn't one of those like, hey, we need a ballpark, for S's and giggles. They actually have to have it.
Number 2.
ESPN, Fox, and Warner Brothers have teamed up for a standalone streaming service with an app that will house ESPN, TNT, and Fox content. There is no name for it or price point yet, but it will be available to ESPN Plus, Hulu, and Max subscribers. It is expected to launch later this year and be under $100.
So I believe it's going to be called cable. And it's exactly what we had before all the streaming services. I mean, but I don't want to, like, Hulu plus live sports already is like $90+. So when they say it's going to be under $100, is that an extra $100 on top of your already subscription, or is that $100 all in with HBO and everything? I mean, there's a lot of questions here, but it certainly feels like we're just going back to the days of cable. We've unbundled and now we're rebundling.
Yeah, bundling of streaming services has been a thing that's been coming.
Yes.
And here we go.
Yeah.
And this is a big shift. This could knock cable straight out of business.
This could be the death blow.
Because...
But you still would need NBC, and you would still not have CBS programming, but...
Number 1. Yeah, they'll figure it out. There's another bundle you're going to have to buy.
Number 1.
And apparently antitrust laws don't exist anymore, so don't worry about that.
The Blazers lose Shaedon Sharpe to surgery. He will have surgery on a core muscle injury later this week. His symptoms, they said, worsened as he started ramping up for a return, so he's going under the knife. A timeline for a return to be determined once it's complete.
Yeah, he's not coming back. Let's just call it what it is.
Suk laughed about this because he thinks his bet will hit now.
First off,
I'm not rooting against you.
He hasn't played in weeks, and they're playing much better, which still concerns me. And this almost but guarantees the rumors of not moving Brogdon. He's not going anywhere. So what we need now is we need one of these core injuries to be contagious and move over to like Anthony Simons and or Brogdon.
Yeah, this is kind of bad for you because Brogdon,
I know.
He's a pro.
Yeah, I don't like.
He'll keep him in it.
They're playing too good right now. They're improving. And Scoot's getting better on a night-to-night basis, and that's concerning.
Wait till he pops after the All-Star break. You're toast, dude.
They're playing defense. They're rotating. Whew, it's getting a little spooky out there.
There will be a knee procedure. There was a knee procedure done to Sixer star Joel Embiid. That was a little clunky. But he's out 4 weeks. They will reevaluate him in a month. That's what they say.
Yeah. I mean, they're not going to clip the meniscus. Obviously, this is going to be one where they stitch the flap down. And this is normally not a month-long thing. This is a significant time frame. When you're trying to get back, they clip the meniscus and you can come back and play fairly quickly. But when you're repairing this, I would be shocked if Embiid, look, if he's even ready for the playoffs, I think that is a massive reach at this point. Philly just doesn't want to say it.
The Hot 5 at 5 is brought to you by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Order now at victorricos.com. Tom Brady, the broadcaster, is coming whether you like it or not. Next on The Fan.
The Seahawks come up.
Hey, 1080 The Fan invites you to play in the first annual Fan Winter Golf Classic at X Golf Tualatin and X Golf Vancouver. That will be Tuesday, February 27th. We'll be broadcasting live, Danny and Dusty as well. You can play at noon or 4 p.m. We're doing it in threesomes, and we're playing Pebble Beach, baby.
That's right. And we'll be out at the Couve and Tualatin, either one. And the winner gets a free foursome into our summer tournament out at Langdon. And the loser, the worst team, gets lessons.
There will be food from Victor Rico's, Pearl Catering, and the Urban Restaurant Group. And like I said, you're playing Pebble.
Yeah.
So,
and their simulators there are great. Even the putting. I mean, it's a good time out there. I don't think we get to play, though.
No, we have to work.
I got to do this whole thing. Maybe Rob can step up and hit a couple shots for you.
Go to 1080thefan.com if you would like more info, or to just sign up your threesome. Again, we're playing in threesomes, and that is Tuesday, February 27th.
The menage a trois, if you will.
So if you want to know how the NFL's doing, I give you Tom Brady's TV deal.
Jeez Louise.
That dude is making $370 million.
That's insane.
Over 10 years for that.
I wonder if that's guaranteed.
I don't know, because
what if he sucks?
What if he sucks? That's right.
Like, we tried this. Like, they tried to make Magic a broadcaster. Emmitt Smith didn't work out. I mean, we see this. I mean, guys try this. It's way harder than you think. I don't think if Tony Romo, does anyone think Tony Romo's good anymore? Like, he was successful now, and I think Tony Romo might be the most hated broadcaster out there right now.
Well, I think Tony Romo's gotten really annoying, and
he makes a ton of money.
He clearly does not do his homework.
No,
and he's sort of devolved. Like, he's got really annoying habits.
My wife
makes $17 million a year.
Yeah, all these guys make a S-ton.
My wife was screaming during the AFC Championship game, like, "Thanks for stating the obvious, Tony. I wish I taped it. It was hilarious." Even my wife knows that it's bullshit.
And by the way, it looks like I at least looked up Romo's, and his is guaranteed at least through 2025.
Yeah, a lot of people now are trying to make the movement to get Greg Olsen to replace Tony Romo, because Olsen is going to be replaced by Tom Brady.
And Greg Olsen, and again, we once thought this about Tony Romo. Greg Olsen right now, to me, is as good as any analyst going. I personally think Troy Aikman, given my druthers, I think Aikman does a phenomenal job. Greg Olsen's got the potential to be the best in the business. Some people think he already is, and he's getting the boot for Tom Brady. And I'm open to Tom Brady being great. I've never heard Tom Brady do color commentary.
Well, you'd have to think that the difference between a game with him, Brady, versus Greg Olsen on the call is marginal, right? Like,
one would think.
And yet it's not. They're paying Tom Brady's television deal, and I'm sure there are other things in there that he will have to do other than just the games, but 10 years, $375 million.
Dude, that is insane.
I mean, don't you sort of have to take that, even if you don't want to broadcast near Tom Brady?
Yes.
Don't you have to be like, all right.
You have no choice.
All right.
You have no choice. But you're right. So what is that per year?
It's $37.5 million a year.
$37.5 million.
He has doubled the highest paid announcers.
Do you know what Greg Olsen makes per year?
10 maybe?
No, he makes 7.
7 million?
7 million.
Yeah. The highest paid guy was, I think, Romo. And he's doubled that.
Yeah, 17 for Romo.
Yeah.
He was the highest. I know they threw a bunch of money at Peyton, and Peyton said no, which tells you how much money Peyton Manning has.
Well, he's got the Omaha sports thing going.
Yeah, he doesn't give a rip. But I mean, Tony Romo. I mean, I don't think Tom necessarily does either. I mean, Tom's got more money than he knows what to do with. But how do you turn down for talking? How do you turn down 300 plus million?
Well, does anyone just tune in just because it's him? Do you think that that's a thing? Because why are you paying like $37 million for a broadcaster, even the one with the name Tom Brady?
Seems insane.
That is absurd.
Well, it's a good question, because the NFL ratings, to me, can they get any better? And does Tom Brady bring in any outsiders? You're right. Like, we all watch anyways. I'm not more likely or less likely to watch because Tom Brady, but it has to bring in more viewers. Like, doesn't it?
I don't know.
Otherwise, why are you paying him 37 as opposed to Greg Olsen making 7?
They might think it does.
Do you just have so much money that it doesn't matter?
I think it goes back to that.
The
NFL is doing so well.
Yeah.
They had to have Brady, so he named his price, and he was laughing. He was probably talking to his agent like, check this out. I'm going to ask for $35 million a year. All right, Tom, here's $37.5 million a year, and we'll give you 10.
It's just like when you're at a restaurant and, they're
He's like, oh, crap, now I have to broadcast.
It's like, you want an appetizer, and you're like, yeah, whatever. You're like, yeah, it's the bill is just fine. Just throw it on there, some garlic bread. Is this garlic bread to the NFL? They're like, yeah, what?
Well, they're not paying it though. It's I guess Fox.
Fox, right?
Yeah, he did deal with Fox.
Well, does Fox have that kind of money?
I guess if you say you have him, look, they're not doing this deal if they aren't making money off of it.
I would imagine.
Maybe it just goes into the whole pot of broadcast money where they just make that much more because they have him, so it's worth paying him $37 million a year. I don't know.
There has to be some sort of quantitative reason why they're paying him $37 million, unless you get 2 years into this and you're like, oh my God. That's my point. I don't want Brady to be terrible, but there's part of me that I think it would be hilarious to pay someone $37 million. I guarantee at least half of that is guaranteed. And just have him be an utter disaster, and then just being like, "Oh my God, what? We are paying him $37 million, and people are just raking him over the coals." That would be fascinating.
Well, look, they're raking Romo over the coals, and he's not going anywhere.
No.
And by the way, I watch games with Romo. Yeah. I can't stand him, but I watched the game.
I've never once turned off a broadcast or turned on a broadcast because of of announcer. I can enjoy it more or less based on it, but if it is a game I want to watch, my God, you could have, I don't know, you take whoever you could have Kanye West doing that, and I would still watch the game.
Was Romo's early success on CBS with Jim Nantz maybe a reason that there probably was a bidding war behind closed doors for Tom Brady even before? Because the guy's boring in his post-game quotes. I just wonder, what sparked this crazy need?
There has to be something behind the scenes that, you do hear that Brady away from football is more of it's like Tiger Woods.
I think he's pretty interesting.
They say that he's more of a man's man and a really interesting guy when you get him away from that. You saw that when he went down to Tampa Bay and he got out from under Bill's thumb. You saw some of the personality come out. Oh, and by the way, he's the greatest and most famous football player of all time. And maybe that's just all.
And he's handsome.
He's handsome.
Is there anything that he can't do?
Probably not. If you remade Flash Gordon, Tom Brady would be the one to save every one of us.
Well, he was on Colin's show not too long ago and making the rounds kind of promoting this whole thing because it's kind of gotten a little weird because Greg Olsen is getting the boot.
And people like him so very much.
And people like Greg Olsen, but Tom Brady, like Olsen has said, I knew this was coming.
Yeah.
So his whole thing is, I just want to land somewhere else and continue to broadcast
games.
Don't
feel bad for Greg Olsen. He's making $7 million a year.
But I think Brady, and when Brady was on Colin, and when I hear Brady, I think he's really interesting. Yeah. You're probably right at post-game quotes. He's not going to give you much post-game, but I think untethered, sort of retired Tom Brady that can hearken on back to his experience. And
I hope so.
That could be really, really, really good.
Most of the time, quarterbacks are the ones that get these jobs because they have the best. They have the best brains. They can explain more of what's going on. And I'm not saying that you can't do that as a tight end or an O-lineman, but I know for a fact as an O-lineman, I have a limited knowledge of what a quarterback's progressions are, and I have I understand route trees and concepts, but I don't nearly have the overall knowledge that a quarterback would. But I think what Greg Olsen does, and this is the key to being a good broadcaster, and I think it's what Romo had at the beginning, and I think he relied on it, and now I think it's gotten annoying. The ability to take something that is very complex and in a short period of time explain it in layman's terms and not sound condescending, that is a real talent. And I don't think anyone does it better right now than Greg Olsen. And I think some of that is just a natural talent. And so Brady's success or failure will ultimately depend on that. Can you take complex things that you see in your mind and in 12 seconds, can you relay that to us? If you can, he'll hit it out of the park. And if not, then we'll be here next year being like, they're paid $37 million for this.
Crazy numbers, man.
Yeah. And this guy's saying Greg Olsen sucks. Again, it's subjective. What? Everyone hated Joe Theismann. I loved Joe Theismann. I thought those McGuire Theismann boosts, I thought those were some of the best in the game. It's all subjective. It's like the Grammy Awards.
Theismann wasn't bad. He just was a little biting.
Yes. Well, and again, Theismann thought that, that he was right about everything. And there's a lot of guys like that.
Aikman is really good. I would say, though, okay, so power rank Aikman, Collinsworth, Romo, Olsen, Herbstreit.
I still go Aikman 1. I'm going to go Herbie 2. I'll go Olsen 3.
Wow.
You got to do it for a little longer, but I really like Greg Olsen. You do this in 2-3 years, I think Olsen may be number 1. Then I'm going Collinsworth, and then I'm going Romo. I really have I don't like Tony Romo anymore. He's
off.
And I think
and Jim hates him.
And that's the thing. I think together, I think if Romo were to be with someone else, maybe it's better. I hate their dynamic. I think it sounds terrible.
Yeah, Jim doesn't. You can tell Jim struggles with him.
But I think Buck and Aikman, I think it's phenomenal.
They have good chemistry. I think Aikman's a little guarded. I think he's a little. I don't know. I just want a little more out of him. I mean, he's really good. He'd probably be the top of my rankings too, but
he's a pro to me.
Definitely a pro. He never says anything that is stupid.
No,
it's always.
And he's critical, but you're right. He's critical in a respectful way.
He's pretty fence line guy. Yeah, but I get it. You kind of have to be. But Collinsworth, I've always liked Collinsworth. I think Collinsworth's pretty good.
Yeah.
But
he can be a little too sucky uppy at times. But again, no one's perfect. But again, I like him. I respect him, and I think he's a fan of the game, and I enjoy it. There's an energy to it, and that's not an easy job to do. And a lot of athletes do that, and they simply rely on their name. But I do think it hurts some people. Like I think Dan Orlovsky does a really good job, but at the same time, it bothers some people, and I get it when he's super critical when the guy was bad. Who's the other guy? Is it Ocho? Is it Emmanuel? He's on all the NFL shows.
Emmanuel Ocho?
Yeah, he drives me effing crazy because it's one thing like I wasn't any good, and I tell you I wasn't any good. That guy acts like he was freaking Lawrence Taylor, and that's the problem. Like that's another thing. It's one thing if you're Tom Brady. You can be up there and you can be Tom Brady. You can't question your.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what they're paying for.
You can't question him.
They're just paying for the pedigree.
But when you're a flame out like me, you got to be real careful. You can be critical. You can talk X's and O's and say, I don't understand that. But man, there's a fine line between thinking that or pretending that you were a lot better than you were. And I think sometimes that rubs the wrong way, but it can go the other way too. Cause like Michael Irvin's a Hall of Famer, one of the best receivers. And I think Michael Irvin is an awful broadcaster because all he does is, I'm Michael Irvin. Don't you question me. And you're like, well, what you're saying makes no sense.
He's a beast.
I get it. You are a phenomenal receiver, but you have horse crap opinions that are based in nothing. So that's why I said that's a tougher job than people realize to actually be good at it.
All right, well, whether you're ready for it or not, Tom Brady coming to a broadcast booth near you
for a lot of money
next year on Fox.
And if he's not good, the money thing will make a difference. Because we know how much money he makes, it's like an NBA guy. When you're making $4 million a year, no one cares if you're average, but you sign that big contract, you better produce or people are going to murder you.
I am guessing he's going to be great.
Yeah.
Who's his partner then? Is that going to be
it'll be
the same guy?
Burkhart, right?
Burkhart, yeah.
That's with Greg Olsen because he's going to move up to the number 1. And Olsen will still be working. He's just going to go down to the tier 2.
All right, let's get to the Super Bowl next. But first, Schulte with SportsCenter.
This is a Super Week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by George McCoy at Warren Allen, Attorneys at Law.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
This update is brought to you by LaRogue Brothers Jewelers. Guys, score big with extra savings before the big game at LaRogue's this Sunday from 11 to 3, LaRogue.com. First on the Fan, the Portland Trailblazers announcing today that Shaedon Sharpe is going to undergo surgery on his core later this week. A timetable for his return will be determined after the procedure. Portland is off for the next 2 days before hosting the NBA worst Pistons on Thursday. Elsewhere in the association, the 76ers announcing Joel Embiid had successful knee surgery today. He'll be reevaluated in 4 weeks. ESPN's Adrian Wojnarowski reports his recovery from the meniscus procedure will determine if Embiid can return before the playoffs. In baseball, the Houston Astros have signed second baseman Jose Altuve to a 5-year, $125 million contract extension. He was set to become a free agent at the end of 2024. And the Los Angeles Dodgers bringing back starting pitcher Clayton Kershaw for his 17th year with the franchise. He's going to miss the first half of this season as he recovers from shoulder surgery. And in the NFL, former Giants head coach Ben McAdoo joining the Patriots staff under new head coach Gerard Mayo and offensive coordinator Alex Van Pelt. It's a bit of a reunion for Van Pelt and McAdoo. McAdoo was the quarterbacks coach with the Packers in 2012 and 13 when Van Pelt was the running backs coach. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schultze from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk. Get to Spirit Mountain Casino Sportsbook powered by BetMGM for all the pro football postseason action. Visit spiritmountain.com.
The original home of the Herd with Colin Cowherd. Weekdays 9 to noon, 1080 The Fan. It's time for Who's Leading the Charge. A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
A basket would go a long way here. Shot clock at 10. The offense goes to work. 5 to shoot for Hart. On Young. Going to have to bail him out. Oh, he put it in! The shot of the night! James Harden counted at a foul!
It's the regular season. You should know Harden can still do it. Don't worry, he'll let you down in the playoffs. But he had 30 last night along with 20 assists and 8 boards. That's a hell of a game.
Sorry, 10 assists. That's a typo.
Oh, I was going to say 20 assists.
He doesn't pass the ball that much, does
I was
he?
like, holy hell. So he had 30, 10, and 8. Still a nice game as he led the Clippers to a win over the Atlanta Hawks. The Clippers sitting in 3rd place in the Western Conference right now. Who's Leading the Charge? Brought to you by Battery Exchange. System checks at 14 area locations. Battery Exchange with an X.com.
Hey, it's Rob, and for those who love to golf, you've heard how strong Langdon Farms plays in the winter. It's where I play all year, and that's because it's just a top-notch facility that provides great value on all fronts. But no course in our area is more committed to quality winter playing conditions. They invest in sanding, and the drainage is as good as it gets. You will see the difference when you play. Look, we're lucky. We can play year-round in our region, but for it to be most enjoyable, the course has to do its part, and at Langdon, they do. Langdon Farms, no better course in the Northwest for year-round golf. Book your tee time at langdonfarms.com.
Around
This is going to sound terrible, but I wonder if you guys do this too. You know, you always have hockey on in here.
I do.
And I'll glance up there and I see the hockey hot interviewing the young hockey bro.
Yeah.
And I often try to decipher if they're doing it. Do you ever do that?
That is terrible. No, I would never do that. I don't disrespect the wonderful female reporters out there. Unless it's Justin Herbert giving the interview, and then chances are the answer is yes.
Yeah, because didn't he's doing it
He still is. He's doing it with, I forget what her name is. Some hot blonde.
See what I mean? So I was watching.
I think it happens a lot.
I was watching the Duke game the other night, and John Shire, is that the coach's name? Shire? Whatever, the Duke coach.
The Duke coach.
He's still very young and handsome. And the hot that was interviewing him, boy, I tell you what, I saw a little sparkle in their eyes. You know, I think they were doing it. And so now this is my new thing. Like when I watch it, I'm like,
yeah.
I wonder if they're trying to hide something.
Look, I'm not going to comment on this because I'm not a sexist pig, but
yes, you are.
It happens a lot. And I mean a lot.
Well, yeah.
Well, you know, look, the sideline reporters,
who doesn't think
the sideline reporters are hot. The athletes are hot and rich and are famous. I mean, who was it? The doucher just invited old Paige out to caddy for him at one of the live events. And she was
Paige. Okay, wait a minute. Bryson DeChambeau. And who?
Paige. What's her? You know the.
I have no idea. What are you talking about? Oh, the golf.
The golf. Paige.
Spraniak.
Yes. That she's quote caddying for him, and there's
that disappoints me.
Yeah. So that's, you know, and I'll admit that I did do that when I saw the two of them together, and she was like driving a golf cart with him in it, and
by the way,
she was putting out her A game, and I immediately went to like, I bet she's caddying.
Let me just say something about her.
Yeah,
it is not sexist to say that she uses those big old balloons on her chest.
Yes.
To get clicks. Like, that's what she does.
Yes.
She leans into it.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. So it's not like, I mean, like, some of them they're not all like that, but she
is.
Yeah.
And apparently she's used it to snuggle up to Bryson DeChambeau.
All the guys that you pick him?
I actually think that makes total sense, by the way. Like 100% total sense.
Well, anyway,
there they are, just rolling around together in the golf cart. Yeah. The other one too is, you know, coaches and players and dance. Like, who is it? Spoelstra was married to a Miami Heat dancer.
Oh yeah.
Pritchard was married to a dancer.
Yeah, the Mark Madsens and AC Greens of the world are the exception to the rule. Those are the rarities.
When I was in Denver, that was a no-no, and I can promise you that it was not a no. It was a yes, and then some for lots of guys. Yeah, that goes without saying. Turns out that hot young women like hot young rich men, or just rich old men. It works.
Well, it's something I do.
But
I had to come clean.
But you use the chemistry. You do a Larry David. You do a deep dive. You're like,
yeah, I think sometimes you can tell.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, and there's definitely times when the reporter is, like you said, very much leaning into it. They're being very flirty. They know what they're doing.
It's a fun experiment. Anyway, we'll get to one last it's one of our first Super Bowl nuggies. We got to start talking about the Super Bowl, man.
Yes.
We've only got 3 more days after this to talk about the damn thing. So let's go. What are you waiting on? What's the matter with you?
You, actually. We're busy talking about reporters and...
I blew another segment. You want to hear about Scott Swift?
Who?
Taylor's dad.
That's his name is Scott Swift. I can't say I knew Scott Swift.
Well, she has a dad. His name is Scott.
All right. Well, go Scott. Does she have to take care of Scott Swift?
What do you mean?
Well, so his daughter is the most famous woman on the planet. And she's probably worth like $500 million.
Mm-hmm.
What does Scott get?
Probably not a lot.
Does Scott make demands? Does Scott
did well for himself.
Did he?
Yeah.
So he's already...
It sounds like it.
He's already wealthy?
It sounds like... Yeah, it sounds like she comes from a family where it's not like she needed to buy them everything they.
That's what I wonder. You do the sideline reporter. I do the family member thing. Like douchey Jackson Mahomes. Like his brother's worth a couple $100 million and is the best football player in the world. He seemingly is a douche and does nothing other than dance on TikTok and grope women. But seemingly he leads a great life. How much of that life is...
I don't know that he does.
Funded by... He seems to have a pretty good life to me. He drives a nice car. He's always on, he's always at big events.
In more exclusive places than I am there, Rob.
So how much of that...
Well, that's not saying much, Schultz. No offense.
I'm just wondering, what's does he get an allowance? Is he on salary? Or does he just suckle off the power teat and then do his own cheesy deals because he's Jackson Mahomes? That's the one I'm interested in. Is what parents and hangers on. Like when I was watching the Hard Knocks thing with the Dolphins and Tyreek Hill's mom, I want to know what Tyreek Hill's mom has going on. Does she just send invoices? I got questions with that. I want to know that.
All right, well, let's start diving into. We've got a lot of layers to the Super Bowl we got to get to, and it starts with Tay-Tay. Next on The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics, brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Well, I think that wherever the official college baseball rankings, wherever they come from, there needs to be protests.
Because actually Schultz's, Oregon Ducks, our Ducks, unranked.
What's that about?
Schultz, were you living when you found this out?
Oh, I was so mad.
And how deep did you have to dive into that to find something for the Ducks report that you came up with the Ducks being unranked?
It was pretty deep
in
today.
The preseason.
I think the last bit of real news was that the Ducks signed Gatlin Bear.
It's a little thin today. Pretty thin.
28th.
Hey, they're close.
Totally slided.
Receiving votes.
And reliever Austin Anderson is a second-team preseason All-American.
There you go.
Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
Yeah. The home of Dirt and Sprague.
I'm Dirt.
Somebody said if Sprague put as much energy into his picks as he did in beating down a 90-year-old man for his opinion, he wouldn't be hosting a radio show in Portland. I'm sorry that I'm beating you down so hard. You look great for your age.
Yeah, I got a haircut yesterday.
Oh, God, you had some sex. You got a haircut.
Sassy.
Oh, 90-year-old. What a 90-year-old you are. I wish I could be that when I'm 90.
That's right.
Dirt and Sprague. Dirt and Sprague. Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. on 1080. The
million in the neighborhood of $3 million.
Doing what?
He's only 22. Well, they're saying that he does have, he has over 1 million followers on TikTok.
Oh, well, that's probably how he makes his money. But he has that's solely based on the fact that he's Patrick Mahomes' brother.
Yeah. I mean, he puts out content. I mean, he does use it.
Yeah, he uses content from the things that Patrick Mahomes is at.
He has 250,000 on Instagram. They say he's 22 years old, worth $3 million. He also owns a couple of, he's co-owns some restaurants.
Oh.
I guess.
All right.
But he has a lot of endorsements. Like he does Head and Shoulders.
Good Lord.
He does Cheapo Latte. He does Life Aid beverages.
That blows my mind that companies
Lululemon and Cuts Clothing.
Well, Cuts has nice T-shirts. They're expensive, but that blows my mind. That makes me not want to wear Cuts. It blows my mind that companies want to be in business with Jackson Mahomes. That fascinates me.
Well, they may have separated themselves from him now that he's had some issues, but
even before, I don't know.
Well, you thought he was a douche, but kids love him. He's on TikTok, he's dancing all the time.
I guess it's the same thing like with those island boys. I'm amazed that people like that are popular.
Social media reach, baby. The companies will pay you if you've got it.
I guess.
So the story with Taylor's dad, Taylor Swift's dad, Scott, he just looks like an old dad with a dad bod and dad jeans.
Scott Swift.
Apparently, Scott... so he grew up in Pennsylvania, but he went and played baseball at Hawaii.
Oh, okay.
Did you know that?
I did not know.
Football.
Oh, I know very little about Scott Kingsley Swift.
Yeah,
Other than he produced a freaking massive daughter.
So the Wall Street Journal wrote an article about Scott today, and it was that all of his old Hawaii football teammates are just now finding out that he is Taylor Swift's dad.
Minds are blown?
Yeah, their minds are blown. And the most famous one was Al Michaels. Apparently, in 1970, he played for 1 year.
So he didn't play?
Not really.
He was
he was on the team.
Sure.
And they said in 1970, Al Michaels was the Hawaii play-by-play guy.
Oh.
And Jim Nantz recently told Al Michaels that Scott Swift from the old Hawaii team was Taylor Swift's dad, and Al Michaels had no idea. He was like, what? And then Al Michaels said, I don't even remember Scott.
That's because he wasn't on the team. He was just there.
But I guess Scott Swift now, life's good for Scott Swift because he just goes into the CBS booth before games. He just struts around like a rock star.
Yeah.
And he just has struck up a friendship with Jim Nantz.
Oh.
And that's how Jim Nantz told Al Michaels about Scott being Taylor's dad.
See, this goes back to my point of how good is it to be Scott Swift? I understand he did fine for Scott Swift isn't walking into the booth because of anything Scott Swift did other than produce Taylor.
I don't know what he did for a living, but
well, I know what he's doing now.
It sounds like he's
sucking off the power teat. Good for him.
He's done fine. Anyway, it's kind of funny there's like these quotes from these Hawaii guys in there. They're like, what?
Well,
that dude's Taylor's dad?
Well, I'm trying to think about the idea that I played with someone that produced the most famous woman on the planet. Yeah, that would be a bit shocking to me.
Right?
Yeah.
Like you wouldn't think about it. Swift's a common name.
Yeah.
It's like it was 50 years ago.
All of a sudden you're like, what in the hell?
Maybe I should get back in touch with him.
Can I also say that...
Hey, Scott, long time no talk. You got any tickets to Taylor's shows?
Oh, I bet he gets that
all the time.
That is one of those things that does... It doesn't... It rubs me a little bit the wrong way. Look, you say whatever you want, but I do roll my eyes a bunch at the I played. No, you didn't. You didn't. If you were a walk-on at a team for a year, you didn't play. That drives. I get that all.
What if he was scholarship?
No, he wasn't.
How do you know?
He was there for a year. That's always the dead giveaway. Oh yeah, I played at Washington State. I'm all cool. What years were you there? 97. 97. Yeah, I was just there for 1 year. Like, didn't work out. Oh, so you walked on and you were there for 3 weeks. Like, you didn't play. He didn't play.
Well, whatever. He's worth $20 or $30 million, they're saying.
Well, he did great.
And he was a stockbroker, but he was also, he had early investments in Tay-Tay.
Oh, yeah.
So he's...
Yeah, they went all in. I've heard that story. Like, they went full go. they were determined that their daughter was going to be a star, and by God, it worked.
Yeah, so he's cashing checks off of that.
And I guess Toby Keith, rest in peace, by the way, he helped give Taylor Swift her start. She signed to his record label.
Oh, how about that?
Yeah.
Great American icon, Toby Swift. Toby Keith.
I'm guessing Taylor would have made it anyways, but, hey, he helped launch her.
All right. Well, is that Super Bowl talk? Does that count?
I don't think that counts.
Why? It's Taylor Swift.
Yeah. She's the biggest thing going at the game.
There is a whole section of Swifty parlays on all the betting sites, I think.
I was looking through the Tay-Tay props today.
How many times she's going to be shown?
Yeah, stuff like that. There's good ones. There's good ones. There's a whole page of them.
Has there ever been anything quite like this in the world of the NFL?
No.
I mean, Brady had a little bit with Giselle, and but this is a whole other ball game.
All right, I need a local ruling, please.
All right, let's do it.
On some things going on in my neighborhood. It's getting wild. Southwest Portland.
It's getting turned up there.
And did you see the bowler arrested as he was trying to qualify for the U.S. Open?
I did not see that.
Yeah. The club is next. 6:04 on the Fan.
I purposely.
Toby Keith died.
Yeah, those are the two big. I woke up this morning, and the two things that first came across my feed were Toby Keith dying, and I was like, oh, that's sad. I thought he was in remission. And then like 2 scrolls down below that, Drake's doing fine. And my first thought is immediately, like we were talking about, the Curbs new season. One of the great Curbs season is the accident text on purpose. Mm-hmm. I believe that the Drake video is a accidental leak on purpose. Because in no way is Drake upset. Normally when a celebrity has it's like, oh my God, this is embarrassing. But like Kardashian, they did that on purpose and it led to $1 billion. Drake doesn't need any money, but I think Drake is walking a little prouder today. If anyone ever wondered what Drake had going on, we now know. And it's up and it's good. It's good it's a 60-yarder. It's a big boy kick.
We also have
from the hash too. It's impressive.
We have Lee Harvey Oswald trending.
We do. What?
Yeah. And if you're wondering why,
Lee Harvey Oswald.
That too pertains to the Super Bowl.
Oh, okay.
It's because he looks like Brock Purdy.
Lee Harvey Oswald does?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah. Dude, look at it.
Harvey.
Brock Purdy is a young Lee Harvey Oswald.
I mean, they don't have beards. They're both very, very young looking faces.
Yeah. There's a side-by-side out there. Just check that out.
I'll be damned. Boy.
So they just asked him about it at his media availability, and he was like, yeah, I'm not real high on that.
Well,
that was Lee Harvey.
I'm guessing
he doesn't like being compared to Brock Purdy.
I'm guessing that's not who you want to be compared to.
Well, you can't help it. It's who you look like.
I'll be damned. That is... Yeah, I mean, the hair is a little different, but... Yeah, there's one where they're right before Oswald gets shot by Jack Ruby. Boy, it's pretty close. It's pretty close. But I suppose there's worse people that you could be compared to. Like, what if someone compared you to Ted Bundy? Horrible comp, but people said that Ted Bundy was very attractive and charismatic.
Yeah. I guess the worst would be Hitler, right?
Yeah, you don't want to be
even
Hitler.
without the mustache. Like, it's funny with Hitler. You almost have to have the little mustache.
You can't
because if you don't look like him. But that's kind of weird.
Yeah,
right.
Like, no one's ever been like, "Hey, you look like Hitler if only you had a mustache." No, you have to have the mustache. It's like a Groucho Marx thing.
Yeah.
You look like Groucho Marx. No.
I mean, there are pictures. If you Google Hitler without a mustache.
Really?
Well, I mean, they're all CG. I mean, it's like they just take the mustache.
They took it out?
Yeah. But
does he look less threatening or more threatening?
He kind of looks like an old lesbian. Like
yeah.
That's a...
Boy, you remove, because he's doing the big comb over, you remove the mustache and it changes everything.
Yeah, it really does. He looks a lot different.
He does. I say he looks less menacing. I really do. The mustache adds a...
But it's kind of in those dead eyes, though, too.
Yeah, but the mustache adds a certain level of evil. The weird one is young Stalin is a handsome lad.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, young Stalin was good looking.
Good looking dude.
Yeah, because Stalin at the end, he's just like this fat, bloated guy. But young Stalin, like that, like you'd go backpacking around Europe with that dude. He is very attractive. By the way, I saw a video of young Joe Biden going around today for some reason.
Yeah.
He's got a Better Call Saul thing going on for himself.
What does that mean?
He looks like what's the Bob Odenkirk. It's weird, because he's been in the government since he was like 30. I don't know why, but someone was posting a video today of him like when he was like 32.
Yeah, I see that recently.
Right?
Yeah.
They look like Saul Goldman.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, it's very strange. Like, I only think of Biden as 1,000 years old, but at one point he was a young dude. I'm always fascinated I'm just fascinated people that we only know as old. And like a lot of people that are in the limelight for that long, you remember them young, and then you see them old, but you can think back, like Billy Joel at the Grammys. Like it's weird to see him all puffy and old, but I remember young Billy. I don't remember young Biden.
Yeah, Tony Bennett, rest in peace. That was kind of the same thing for me with him. I was too young to see him young, and he always had that very big old white head of hair. But going back and looking at him like in the 40s and 50s, or like Mickey Rooney, same story. It kind of makes you laugh a little bit.
What's like, I always just, Bernie Sanders has to be old forever. Like, was he ever young? I can't picture it. Now I'm Googling young Bernie Sanders.
I'm guessing he looked like old Bernie Sanders, only not white.
When I was 25, I felt 70. Let me tell you what, guys.
And by the way, you are 100% correct.
He looks like old Bernie, but just with brown hair.
Yes. That's about, there's, Bernie Sanders would never had a prime. He just, he was set on a course.
Yep.
And it's the way it was.
A little more hair, but still balding at a very young age.
Yeah, and still looks crazy, and it's just Bernie.
Wow.
It's just Bernie. Because the weird, like young, sometimes you see like young Martha Stewart, kind of hot. Like it's weird to see like old ladies, and then you look back and you're like, hey, look what you had going on there. I'm like, all right, party with you.
All right, the ruling that I need for my neighborhood is Christmas lights.
Yeah.
I don't know how many Christmas lights you have going on.
Just took mine down.
You did, but did you have them up, or did you have them on?
No.
In January?
Oh, God, no. I just didn't get a chance to take them down because of the ice and the wind, and then it was raining. But I took them down like a week ago.
It's February 6th.
Yeah.
There are a lot of Christmas lights
still on
in my neighborhood.
Interesting.
Yeah. Now, I hate to do this, but I'm going to throw myself under the bus.
Yeah.
I need another ruling. I need a rule. Okay, so first of all, is it acceptable to have your Christmas lights on in February?
No, it's weird.
I think it's a little weird too.
It's not a little weird. I think it's a lot.
They got to go off like January 31.
Oh, you're giving them all of January?
I'm okay. Yeah, I don't mind seeing them till the end of January, but this week I see a couple on in my neighborhood still. I'm starting to get like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of them this year that are on for the same reason that you just took yours down, is that people just left them because of the ice, and they just haven't had it.
And it was so rainy, and I'll tell you, I ain't getting up on my roof in the middle of a rainstorm.
And it's easy to just plug them in and just like, I'll keep enjoying these.
Yeah.
But you don't have to turn them on.
No.
But we've got a lot of Christmas lights in our neighborhood. So when is the acceptable Christmas light cutoff date?
To have them on? I think it's like a January 10th to January 15th. I'd give you like a week or two, and then I think it's strange. But you go into February, and now I think you're a crazy old person.
Okay, now the second part of this is that I have two little arbs right in the front of the house, right, that either side of the front door.
Yeah.
That have, they are Christmas lights because I remember buying them.
But they're clear lights. For
Christmas. But they're clear.
That's a different animal.
And I still turn them on, and I don't really think of them as Christmas lights.
Let me say this. I don't know if this is a bold stance on my part, but exterior illumination, when they're clear bulbs, that's a year-round thing. No problem with it.
So anything clear, like even if you have them hanging on your house like Christmas lights?
I think,
you're okay with that?
That is a little weird. But exterior illumination, I am a big fan of. Lights in your yard, like up in trees, and when done properly around your house, can be quite cool. But I'm with you that if they're just hung along the gutter in a very haphazard, like these were Christmas lights sort of thing, it's weird. But I do think that clear lights, like white light bulbs or the yellow ones, whatever, we call them, like that have the tint to them. I really think those, when done properly, can look great. But when someone's done them right and when someone has just thrown them up there.
Yeah, I feel like if you drove by my house and saw those, you would not think Christmas lights.
Yeah.
At least that's what I'm hoping.
Well, I would,
That's the vibe I'm going for. Because I like them.
Yes. I couldn't agree more.
And I don't want to take them down.
No.
So I just turn them on. It's not like they're, it's not labor intensive to take them out of there, but just leave them on there.
Yeah.
Pretty sure I saw Valentine's Day lights up in my neighborhood already.
Oh.
Yeah, like red and white. And they were not on during the Christmas season, so it's like, no, I know this house put them up recently.
Valentine's Day lights.
That's becoming a thing.
Is the red light thing still a thing? Because I have one of those in my neighborhood.
Someone puts the red light?
Yeah, like their porch light is red.
Yeah,
it's just the one bulb.
That's usually code for we like to party.
Right.
And then the white rock.
That's what I thought. But is that still a thing, or is that yesterday's news?
I don't know. I'm not big into the swinging.
This is a family home.
I don't know about the swing community, although my buddy was out at a bar. He didn't say the name of it, but he was at a bar last weekend, and he said that there was a swinger party going on.
Wait.
Where they were like openly, they had like a swinger get-together happening.
I'm all about getting freaky, but a red light means that you are partying, but in a sexual, like,
if you put the red light,
way.
if you do the one red light, or you do the white rock in your, like a big painted white rock, that apparently means that you're down to,
Don't ask Suk how he knows that.
to explore the studio space.
Yeah, I thought that was universal. You don't know that? Schulte is. See, I think it's like a kind of an older thing.
It must, because I love the strip clubs. I'm seedy. I'm a degenerate. I would say that I'm a little bit of a perv, but I did not know that.
Well, clearly not that much of a perv.
Yeah, this guy's right. Someone needs to invent Christmas lights with a little switch on them. February, they turn pink and red, green around St. Patrick's Day, red, white, and blue, July 4th. I love that.
I think they have those. I mean, I have LED lights out around my like fire pit.
Yeah.
That are outdoor lights, and you can
They change colors.
Yeah, you can do remotes for whatever you want.
Yeah, they're already invented then.
But I don't have them in front, and they're not. It's like but it's like a strip. Like, you know what I mean? They're not light bulbs. It's just a.
Yeah, it's like a 2 foot long like tape.
Yeah, that just kind of goes like underneath the rim of like where the seats are and stuff, and then you can turn them on different colors. I'm assuming that they have those out front.
So check this. The red porch light now, you know what the significance of it is now?
I do not.
It means, particularly in February, and that did start, this house that I'm noticing where I walk the dog, it started just the last week.
Okay.
It's to raise consciousness about heart disease.
Really?
Yeah. It's less than sexy.
Big shift on that one.
Yeah, big shift.
So from swingers to heart disease, huh?
Red porch lights are dedicated to heart health awareness and raise consciousness about heart disease, promoting a heart-healthy lifestyle.
I had no idea. So is the white rock still a thing?
You tell me.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, you're the expert that brought us this info.
Hey, man. I'm just saying, if someone wants to throw an invite out there, look, I'm open to some things. Unlike Schultz, Schultz don't put up, weird barriers there.
So Schulte, that came up because we've been on the air a long ass time, and that was years ago, and it was this bit about Lake Oswego.
I'm not surprised.
And when you're boating out there,
you see
everybody has their backyards and their you
from the lake that you can see.
Yeah. So if you put out a white rock, painted white rock, it signifies, hey.
Yeah, we're here to.
I need to go boating in Lake O, I guess. All right.
But I don't know if that's still a thing because now everybody knows about that because some stupid radio show's talking about it.
So it's probably moved on to something else.
Yeah, something different.
I know. I keep waiting to get invited to something, and it's not happening. It's getting a little disappointing here. Let's go, people.
Pineapple flag?
Chop. Yeah, I've heard the pineapple thing.
Is that?
I thought it was an upside down pineapple. I don't know where that, but I've heard of the pineapple thing before as well.
They got to keep switching it up, keep people on their toes.
Yeah, my buddy, he was at the Triple Nickel, and they were hosting. That was this weekend. He was like, "Hey, do you want to come out?" And I was like, "Nah, I'm on the couch. I'm tired. I'm old." And he's like, "Hey, we're at the Triple Nickel, and they're hosting a swinger meetup." And I was like, And then I just kept eating Chinese food and laid back down. Wasn't enough to get me off the couch, but yeah, apparently. I mean, they have those. I don't think the Triple Nickel was like I think that can happen anywhere. But I think they have those gatherings. It's probably some sort of Reddit group. I'm assuming that's how you find those sorts of things. I don't know. Either that or you meet someone that's into that. Like we've all been there at a bar or something, and there's like that weird seedy couple that wears a lot of like jewelry and the dude's shirt's unbuttoned a bunch, and they're over there like talking to people together. It's like a recruitment thing. In fact, that happened to us once. I don't know if you were there, Rob. That happened at one of our holiday parties.
What?
Were you there?
I don't know.
We had a holiday party.
Tell me more.
We had a holiday party a number of years ago, and one of the sales guys brought a lady along, and they were recruiting. They were pulling a Dan Lanning. They were recruiting hard.
Who was this?
I'm trying to remember what that dude's name was. He was a little fella. I'm trying to remember what his name was.
Ryan Cooley.
No, he doesn't work here anymore. In fact, that might have been the exodus of him of him leaving. I think a lot of people were bothered by it. But yeah, he had some gal with him, and they were.
Hey, I'm all for it.
They were looking.
I mean, I'm not all. I mean, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, why is this such a? Why is that bad? Like, if people want to.
I think the problem is he was making people at the company party very uncomfortable.
Grow up. Oh, you can't S where you eat either. That's probably.
Oh yeah, people were saying
good rule of thumb.
Yeah, key parties. I've heard of those.
What's that?
Everyone puts their keys in a fishbowl, and then the ladies pull the keys out, and whichever car key they pull out, that's who they go with. That's a bold move right there,
dude.
Yeah, key parties.
I love that.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate that idea.
You gotta be real careful with that one, though.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Because you may be getting a first-round pick, or you may be getting unsigned free agent.
But what if they're all first-round picks?
They're not first-round
Yeah,
picks.
in fact, I'd say most of them are 6th and 7th rounders, probably.
Yeah, I think that world, I think it's like nude beaches. As someone that's been to plenty of nude beaches, the idea is that you go to a nude beach and it's full of hots. The reality,
it's not.
It's not. You can find hots, absolutely, but the vast majority of people, not so much.
All right, I have fun doing it news coming up next.
Buck's wife and
but we
hurt.
are way behind. It is 6:26 on the Fan. And now to the tale of Dana and Josh and their love affair, steamy love affair. Dana is 29, Josh is 32. They are high school sweethearts.
It's adorable.
But they have recently shown up on Bridezilla's Reddit thread.
Bridezilla has a Reddit thread?
Oh, yeah. Everybody has a Reddit thread, man.
I remember that show. I think it was on Fox. Shocker. I remember that Bridezilla. I was wondering if any of that was true or if they just acted like raging bitches because the cameras were there.
I think it's true. Anyway, the bridesmaids of this woman, Dana, took to the Bridezilla's Reddit thread to call her out because she was caught having a quickie with her fiance's uncle about 30 minutes before she was set to walk down the aisle.
Ooh, Uncle Sticky, huh? Ouch.
How about that?
It's a little awkward. But at the same time, mind your own business, ladies.
Well, that's not why they're pissed. So I guess Josh caught him.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
and of course,
the husband to be.
Yes.
Although it's good you find out then, right? I mean,
right,
better than before.
It's not like she's a married woman or anything.
Well, that just seems like a weird. It's a weird time, right?
Weird time what?
Well, like, yeah.
To be doing it?
Well,
yeah.
I mean, clearly you're, whatever. You've got some morals that are a little bit looser, and I'm not here to judge, but like 30 minutes before the wedding?
It's kind of a busy time for...
Right, there's a lot going on.
Maybe she got ready early.
I guess. you got to
and
worry
then
about...
Unky Chuckles walks in.
Yeah, you got to worry about makeup smear. Was that planned? Was it like a spur of the moment sort of decision?
Know they've done it before.
Well, clearly.
And I wonder if this was before or after those. Usually nowadays you do the reveal photos, so like the husband will see the wife in the wedding dress for the first time. Wonder if that happened before or after those reveal photos. Yeah, where you see, my wife. I turned around and I saw her for the first time at our wedding, and they took photo reactions of that. I'm just wondering if that stuppin' happened before or after that.
I would like to see the photos of this wedding party.
Yeah, I think that would be interesting. A little awkward, just a scooch.
Anyway, why they're pissed is that she has asked them to help her pay for the canceled wedding venue. She wants $5,000 from each of them.
Yeah. From each of the bridesmaids?
Yeah. Yeah, they said she was being a bridezilla and she made them buy $2,000 dresses, and now she wants them to help her pay for the cancellation fee.
Well,
yeah. For her actions.
Well, I'm confused. But it was 30 minutes before the wedding. Don't you just have to pay for the venue anyways? Like, she was paying for the venue.
No, I guess they canceled it. Everybody left in a stunning turn of events. Yeah, and they had to pay I'm sorry, it wasn't $5,000 each. It was a $5,000 cancellation fee for the venue.
Why is it so hard to just say no?
No to what? Doing it?
No. That I get why that's hard.
Oh, no to getting married?
No.
Well, I get that too. No, like, if my buddy came to me and was like, hey, dude, I'm getting married. I want you up there with me. I'd be like, I got you, man. I'm here for you. He's like, hey, but I need you to wear this suit. I'm like, all right. $2,000. I have no problem saying no. I'm like, man, I love you. I do. And I'm happy to stand up there with you. And I'm happy to wear whatever you would like me to wear. But if you think that I'm going to write a check for $2,000 to put on a suit that I'm going to wear one time to stand up there and take some photos that it really doesn't matter if I'm in or not, you're badass crazy. And then at the end of that, again, maybe this is a male-female thing, but if someone came to me and was like, hey, the wedding's off, I was stooping Uncle Sticky Fingers over there, and it's $5,000 to cancel the wedding, I'm going to need $1,000 from you. In what world? Like, again, is it that hard?
It is a female thing.
Is it that hard to say no?
Well, I think for the women it is.
I have no problem saying no to any of that.
Well, the women they want to be supportive. You don't. You don't care.
Am I a bad person? I mean,
no.
Would you do that? Your brother. Yeah, your brother's already married, but your brother's like, hey, man, I need you to be my best man, but it's $2,000 to buy. Do you buy that suit?
I'm talking to him about it.
Are you?
I'm like, dude, really? I don't know. I guess he wouldn't. I mean, he would never ask that.
Well, but he is. He is. He's asking.
But he would never do that.
But he is.
It's just.
He's like, it means a lot to me, and I'd be like, well, $2,000 means a lot to me. Like in what world does that exist?
I'd probably just do it.
Would you?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that ain't me.
I mean, if he said it means a lot to me, I'd be like, you're an idiot, but okay.
Huh. I just
then I'd return it.
You keep the price tag on it.
I've done that before.
Have you really?
Well, those pants.
Oh, that is true.
In Vegas.
Yeah, in Vegas.
The famous pants.
Yeah.
Famous jeans.
I can see that. If I'm wearing a $2,000 suit and I'm wearing it once, you better believe that sucker's going back Costco style. Although if it's a $2,000 suit, I'm not certain that what their return policy is. They might not be as free and easy.
Or
about
I'd just
it.
start wearing it every day. Paid $2,000 for it. I'm going to get my money's worth.
I'm just amazed at, and this goes for birthdays, it goes for anniversaries, it goes for weddings. The amount of crap that people ask of others, that blows my mind. It absolutely blows my mind. And that people feel like if they say something, then it just makes them a jerk. Yeah. I don't understand.
There is a guilt sort of, I think with women more so than men, but there is definitely a guilt factor.
So do I just lack that empathy and gene? Because that doesn't work on me at all, under any circumstances.
Well.
I would laugh. I would think are you out of your mind? No, I'm not doing that. I think one of the great skills in life is learning to say no.
Well, I will say these women did not. They
didn't pony up.
No, they took to Reddit. They did the right thing and took to Reddit.
And just talked S behind her back.
Pretty much. Yeah. But she's the one that was doing the uncle, so.
Yeah, that's tough. But I've seen these things all the time where, these things get posted and I always wonder like how authentic they are. But I've heard horror stories about stuff like this, about, brides making demands, about, people paying for things and not, like registries, this being like super expensive gifts. And if you don't bring one, you can't come, and all kinds of horrible stuff like that. Destination weddings and then requiring people to go.
Yeah, that's always tough.
So much drama.
Well, I know for a fact that if I'm ever forced to do it again, which I'm fighting, but you never know, weird stuff happens. It won't be here. It'll be in Japan.
Yeah.
And I'm not expecting anyone to pack up and fly to Japan. I'll be like, hey, certainly the invite will be thrown out, but Japan's not cheap. That's kind of a long flight. I'm not expecting anyone to get on a plane and go to Japan.
Don't you think with destination weddings, that's kind of, generally speaking, that's kind of the standard? The standard
is invitation.
Well, the standard is, hey, this is what we're doing, and we totally get it if you can't make it.
Yes.
I think
I would hope so.
That's the general vibe.
But if you're bothered that someone can't take 5 days or a week off of work and then spend a couple G's to fly across the world to see you say whatever you got to say up there, I just feel like, man, we put a lot of undue expectations on other people. I'm not about that. I think that's for the birds. I had a buddy of mine get married, and it was just a simple wedding.
Sucker.
Yeah, a simple wedding at a friend's house or whatever, and it was like the island vibe. We had like linen pants and a shirt, and I was like, I just tell me what you want to wear, and he provided the shirt and pants. I was like, no, I'm like, we're fine, and he was like, no. He bought and that's like you're talking like $30 shirts, but like even he was just like, no, like he didn't want to impose, and I appreciated that. I still ended up, I think I bought the pants and he gave me the shirt, but I still appreciated the idea of you're asking someone to come be part of your day. You shouldn't be asking someone to then spend a bunch of money. That's a bit ridiculous.
Kind of how it works, though.
I know. Weddings in general are the biggest scam going. Hands down.
Yeah. I don't want to be in your bridal party. Or, I mean, in your...
You don't want to come to Japan?
Oh, I'm not saying you. I'm just saying anyone's. I don't care who you are.
Well, we talked about this.
I'll just send you a nice gift.
But I believe I am abnormal. I have not been in like wedding parties. Like it just doesn't happen.
Well, no one likes you.
Yeah. I think they know I'm going to ruin something. I think I think I've been in like 2 my entire life. And I assumed that was and people are like, oh no, man, I've been in tons. I'm like, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't make the cut.
All right. We are once again way over.
Bless America.
I have Frozen Dead Chiefs fans follow up.
Yeah, I saw that story. I saw this.
Yeah. We'll get to that next. Here's Schulte with SportsCenter.
This is a Super Week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by George McCoy at Warren Allen, Attorneys at Law.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Stanford's. This classic American steakhouse is exactly what you've been craving. Visit them in Clackamas, Janice Warner, online at stanfords.com. First on The Fan, the Blazers announcing Shaedon Sharpe's going to have to undergo surgery on his core later this week. A timetable for his return will be determined after the procedure. Elsewhere in the association, the Sixers announcing that Joel Embiid had successful knee surgery today. He's going to be reevaluated in 4 weeks. ESPN's Adrian Wojnarowski says his recovery from that meniscus procedure will determine if Embiid can return in the regular season. And in baseball, the Houston Astros signing second baseman Jose Altuve to a 5-year, $125 million contract extension. He was set to become a free agent at the end of 2024. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schultze from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk. Get to Spirit Mountain Casino Sportsbook powered by BetMGM for all the pro football postseason action. Visit spiritmountain.com.
You're invited to play in the first annual Fan Winter Golf Classic at X Golf Tualatin and X Golf Vancouver. Sign your threesome up at 1080thefan.com.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-temperature performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through March 4th, get 5 quarts of Castrol Edge or Edge High Mileage Full Synthetic and an oil filter for $36.99, only at AutoZone.
Claim based on Sequence 3 H-Test versus API SP test limits.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's
Remember those?
Yeah, was it 3 of them, right?
Yeah, they froze at this dude's house.
And then they just sat there for like 2 days.
Yeah, not even for the cold game, the Dolphins game.
Yeah.
It was the final regular season game.
It was chilly, but it wasn't like,
Yeah.
It was -20 or whatever.
Now, the cousin of one of the fans who was found frozen to death in the dude's yard claims that the homeowner, Jordan Willis, they called him the chemist. And the reason they called him the chemist is because he would give them wild drug concoctions.
Yeah, when he worked as a pharmacy tech or something. He had, I don't remember if he was a full-on pharmacy.
They said he was an HIV scientist.
Yeah, he had access to the drug. He had the access to the druggos. So, he was getting some good stuff. Makes sense.
Yeah.
And there was one of them I saw had fentanyl and something else in his system. 2 serious drugs. He had some fentanyl and maybe some blow in him. But yeah, one of them had, and so if one of them had that, my guess is that they were all doing something. You didn't just go outside and then just sit down and get a little chilly and fall asleep.
Yeah, so this guy's blowing the lid off this. He's like, dude, this, they call him the chemist.
Yeah.
It's really easy to go out with him and have a good time. He puts stuff together.
Mm-hmm.
But in this case, he screwed up.
Yeah. And the guy who survived, he's clamming up. He's not saying anything.
Well, that's the chemist.
Yeah, that's the chemist, right? So he's clamming up, and the other family members of the dead people they're doing the whole, it would never happen because my Johnny didn't do anything and he never took any drugs. Meanwhile, yeah, you did. You did. But we have to say this, anytime someone gets in trouble or anytime someone dies, the family always has to come out and be like, well, that's not the guy I knew. Well, that's probably true. That's not the guy you knew, but his friends knew someone quite different than you. And the friends that knew your son or husband or boyfriend, they knew a guy that liked to get rip ass on fentanyl and whatever else the chemist was putting together. And, this time it went a bit too far. That guy should still face charges for killing his friends with drugs.
But you were so right. That dude, he holed up in his house and he knew they were out there and he was concocting a story. Yep. He was calling attorneys.
I said that right from the get-go.
Yeah.
That dude knows exactly what they took, knew exactly how this went down, and he knew they were dead right. He woke up and was like, hey, where's everybody? Oh, crap. Well, just going to sit in the house and pretend that I don't know.
You know what else happened?
S about F.
The latest story?
What?
Is that he is in rehab now. He went straight to rehab.
That's a defense.
Well,
guarantee
that's a defense because his is going to be like, look, dude, we all got into some wild stuff that night. We all partied. I don't know whose stuff it was. I just know we were all on something. I passed out for 2 straight days. I woke up. It's not my fault. Now I'm in rehab. Oh, guaranteed.
Aren't there reports of him being like an alcoholic as well?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't see that.
About that. I'm not going to lie.
Least of his problems.
That's a pretty smart play.
Well, it might be the least, but it leans into, if he is saying that he's a substance abuser, being an alcoholic would prove that. So.
Well, I mean, it's
a smart play going to rehab?
Well, he has played this for having killed his friends.
On accident.
On accident.
Not a homicide.
No. Having been responsible for, and I, you know what? I don't even like that. Don't pass the buck. Look, we all know that when you go out, no one's putting a gun to your head and telling you to take the pill or take the snort or go to the red light district or the upside down pineapple. Let's take some accountability for ourselves. All I'm saying is for someone in his situation that may or may not be held responsible for this, he's played this as well as you can. Shut up. Don't say anything.
Yeah.
You don't know what happened. I was asleep for 2+ days and now I'm in rehab. That's about as well as you can do at that point. And I'm assuming he probably feels terrible. I mean, I would hope his friends are dead.
Yeah.
But it was one of those where, why did he live and the other ones didn't? I don't know. Maybe he took a little bit less than everybody. Maybe he didn't go outside. I don't know. But it's like an episode of True Detective right now. Did a bunch of weird stuff and then walked out on the ice.
All right, well, there's your Frozen Dead Chiefs fans follow-up right here on the Fan.
Yeah, and you knew it wasn't going to be anything other than just that.
Yeah, I mean, It kind of all pointed that way.
Well, every now and then you get that like
police knew it.
You get that American Nightmare situation, that Netflix documentary where you're like, oh my God, like turned out it was actually the unbelievable story. But for the most part, dude, if you end up dead in your backyard, you know what happened.
Well, Occam's razor, right? You got to just go with the simplest explanation here. Looks like that's what happened.
You know, look, if I come in tomorrow and be like, my lady's gone and her car's still there and everything's, you know who did it, me. You go on a cruise. Oh, my wife fell off the deck. Yeah, you know what happened. For the most part. There's exceptions to the rule, but you know what's up.
All right, we'll wrap it up next on The Fan.
It's a super matchup.
Jackson, middle, end zone, intercepted. Turnover, Ravens. Kansas City takes over. With a comeback for the H's, the 49ers are going back to the Super Bowl.
Are the Chiefs ready to give the Niners a swift kick?
You know, you can now
Here.
That's it.
F all of you.
That's a bit harsh.
It's fun being back for a day. Love
Some
you
of
guys.
you. Oh yeah.
Yeah, are you gonna be back tomorrow?
I don't think I can. I'm in for the morning, and then I got a evening shift for the hot corner. So sorry,
Buck
guys.
may or may not be back.
Or
tomorrow?
will. I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know.
So Dirt's not on the mornings anymore, right? They fire him
for 8 weeks.
So who's on that show?
Sprague and I.
Wait, Sprague and you? Where's Swigart?
Swag's on the road calling a Pilots
He's
game, I
got big
believe.
Pilots games.
Hope he's wearing his team-issued gear.
Oh, 100%. I think he wears that regardless.
I've been inclined lately to text Swigard because I'm jonesing to gamble.
Yeah.
And
Trying to get some inside info?
Yeah, on the Pilots. Try to see what he thinks about the Pilots' chances against. I don't know.
I don't think
Lipscomb.
Well, they got Gonzaga coming up.
What do you mean you can't do that? Of course you can. You don't think play-by-play guys gamble?
I don't think they're supposed to.
Well, they're definitely not supposed to, but they do.
Oh boy, scandal.
I'm sure Swigard doesn't though.
No.
We got to run. Beautiful things are coming up next. We're back tomorrow, 3 to 7 on the Fan. Good night.
Red ships of Spain. Red ships of Spain.
There's no need to suffer in silence with erectile dysfunction. Multnomah Medical Clinic is here to help. Multnomah Medical Clinic is the first clinic in the area using a pain-free, pill-free, and non-surgical